Welcome to the 2024 Traveller Mayday Mayday event. I'm your host, Frank Sucardi from Cyborg Prime Games. My guest today is Geir Lanesskog. Introduce yourself. Who are you and what do you do?
I am Geir Lanesskog, and I've worked in the computer industry for about 30 years, but hopefully going to retire from that soon. But I've been probably playing Traveller since, I think, 1979. Saw a advert. It was a review of Mercenary in the Space Gamer, because I started with the metagaming stuff because it was cheap and I could afford it on my allowance. And I was like, hey, science fiction, that's more fun. I guess I better buy a little box and figure it out. And fortunately, the kid who lived across the street from me was also interested, and we got one little campaign going way back in before 1980 anyway. And then I've just started playing and collecting, and somewhere along the way I started making subsectors on my Commodore 64, and from that I started to program more and more stuff. The Scout book came out in '83, and I was taking an astronomy class in college at the time, and I was just like, hey, wait a second, I can do better than that. And so that eventually, over the course of years and various versions of BASIC, evolved into a 10,000 line program that probably got me my first job out of college. So you could say that Traveller got me into computers, and computers got me 30 years of pay. So I'll teach my parents just to not complain about me playing my little games and my dice in my room.
Yes, so thank you, Traveller, for your livelihood. When did you first get into RPGs? How did you find out about them?
Well, it was like I said, I had an allowance of about $5, and I could buy stuff at the hobby store from metagaming, and so I got Melee and Wizard and Ogre back in the day, and I guess it's all Steve Jackson's fault then, because I eventually subscribed to the Space Gamer, and like I said, that's where I saw hadn't actually seen Traveller directly, but the Mercenary Book 4, it's like, oh, I'm already 3 books behind, was what gave me the hint that I should look into this. And quite frankly, I've always liked the character generation system, even if it killed you. It was better to me than the D&D stuff I'd played, where, a first level, I'm a wizard, I can kind of knock you over with one little magic fist, and then I'm out for the rest of the day, that sort of thing. And then I'm 14th level, and here's a sea of orcs, and I'm just going to wade through them with my sword. Traveller's mechanics, where it was more realistic as far as what a character could do, and it didn't really matter the first day whether you were first level or 15th level. You were a guy who had a career, and now you're stuck in this thing. And it's even worse now because they tend to scale the adventures to the level of expertise of the adventurers, which, that's just not how things work. But
well, how would you manage that kind of thing with Traveller? A lot of GMs may find it hard to, without a leveling system to figure out how many bad guys to have in their adventure or whatever. What's your suggestions for that?
There can be as many bad guys as you want, just don't do stupid things, right? That's one thing that you learn in Traveller right away, is that combat is always dangerous, and it's always smarter to think before you shoot, have a plan. And combat it's not like experience points, right? It's not kill the monster, take the gold. It's you're actually looking to achieve your objective, and if you don't have to hurt anybody in the process, even if you're robbing a bank or whatever you're doing, even if you're a mercenary, the goal is always the goal. It's not how many points can I rack up by shooting things. So you can scale it to the size of the party, right? If there's 10 to 20 thugs, but that's really not what the emphasis in the game is, at least not according to me. I would think it's more role playing, and the older I've gotten, the more it is role playing, and occasionally just roll 2 dice and see if that looks good enough without having to check a whole bunch of rules.
Sure.
It's to keep the game going.
So you would say your games are dice light?
Yeah.
Are you primarily the GM or the player in your games?
I have been both, but I've mostly been the player, honestly. And then a bunch of solo stuff. During the kind of the dead zone of Traveller, when GW collapsed, actually even the new era, I was too busy to really play in any campaigns, and I just became more a collector and occasionally solo player. And then that died off entirely in the late 90s. Didn't even catch on to GURPS until I saw the GURPS version 4 Interstellar Wars book, which I thought was really cool. And that's when I started looking at it again after a decade of silence. But unfortunately, the last few years, it's been solo play and then writing, which kind of came out of that solo play. The Deep Night Revelation series starts with you in the Imperium, and then you have to go towards the border. Well, I got to the Beyond, and then I said, what the hell is this? I have the Paranoia Games original sectors for the Beyond and Vanguard Reaches, and they just don't work. So I had already been kind of, I wouldn't say a thorn in Mongoose's side for several years, but I had been basically providing my editorial comments free of charge for the typical errata and other stuff.
Do you mean you were trolling them online, or were you actually like giving them like real suggestions?
I was mostly sending Matthew direct emails on, hey, this is page 14, you got that wrong. Page 16, you got that wrong. Oh, and by the way, all these planets are not what they're supposed to be in the Spinward marches. And well, they sent me a new map. So I mean, I never really asked for anything from them, but I had sort of built up at least a reputation of providing useful input,
being a helper.
Yeah, and then the pandemic came along about the same time as this solo revelation thing ran into the Beyond, and I just decided that I wanted to redo the sectors. I'd been playing with that for a while, making my own sectors, and pieced together, and then started putting out on their forum the subsector by subsector, and I got about 3 or 4 of those, and then talked to some other people, and then decided I would approach Matthew about it, and he said, yeah, sure, go ahead, do the book. You need to do 2 sectors, so you got to do Vanguard Reaches too. And that one was a bigger mess. I mean, there's a whole subsector of SS worlds in the literally SS division. So it was a whole subsector from Paranoia Press, so that needed to be gutted. That and Buxom World, is that what we're going to call that? So I mean, there was a lot of stuff that just had to go.
Was that the planet of the Amazon women?
I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a Thieves World too, which probably was just stolen straight from Thieves
Robert
World.
Aspirin,
Stuck in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly, and just dropped in there. So that might have been good enough for 1980, but it certainly wasn't good enough for 2020. And the pandemic came along, and suddenly 2 hours of commute vanished on me because I got to work from home, and so I actually had time to write. Blame that on being frustrated with Paranoia Press stuff, and a pandemic is really why I started writing for Mongoose.
All right. Did you like put something together and then like pitch it to Matt, or was it just this like back and forth thing that kind of just naturally evolved into one day you like realized your name is in the like credits?
Well, like I said, I'd done a couple of the subsectors, and I was kind of having to do the maps on some blog site, free blog site, and linking it back. And after I'd done 4 or 5 of those, and I was kind of having a side conversation with Joshua Bell, because I was using Traveller map stuff to build those maps.
Mm-hmm.
And so I provided some hopefully useful feedback on some of his stuff too. And I just asked him, hey, should I just pitch this or what? He said, sure, why not? And I kind of did.
Uh-huh.
And Matthew was fine with me just continuing with what I was doing, essentially, except he wanted 2 sectors for a sector book. And I gave him so much material that a lot of it actually had to be cut, because it was pushing 350 pages, I think.
Wow.
By the time I was done. Well, I did subsector, and I wanted to do 4 or 5 planets in detail, sort of like they do. And then I had the various polities, the different states, and then for each of them I had a couple of ships. And by the time you add all that up, and then patron encounters too, because that's what I was throwing in on my own stuff on the side. So all that, some of it became JTAS articles, some of it's still sitting on the cutting room floor somewhere. But that's why that book costs more than the rest, because it's still bigger binding. And then after that, which one did I do after? Yeah, I think after that it was the subsector construction guide, which didn't turn out the way I wanted it to, because I didn't realize I wanted it to be like a real construction kit with stencils and colored pens and stuff that you could actually, use in addition to the rules and the blank sector sheets.
You mean like make cutout templates and stuff, or?
Oh yeah, well, or at least color within the lines, because I'm not great at that.
Okay.
Put the world circle in, put the star for the naval base and stuff without just freehanding it. But
gotcha.
But they're a publishing house, not a gaming house, and
right.
so it came out as a box set with a sample for even sector, and basically rules that I had developed on my own as I was doing. Not those 2 sectors. What are they called now? Catch me. The ones down below right there. Hey, I have this thing up. Let me look. Filani and Astron. I'd sort of developed a plan for how to do those, so I kind of incorporated some of the frontier drifting things. How many years has it been settled? So what's the population modifier and stuff like that? And some of the things I'd done for creating alien races, and kind of that's all in that subsector guide thing. It's not a bad book, but it just wasn't really what I was expecting it to turn out to be. But
what would you with the limitations that you have with not being able to put in markers and things like that, like in the format that it had to be, what would you change about it in a second edition? Like what's the biggest rub for you as the author?
I don't know. I think it covers a certain category of creating stuff that's more than just the subsector at a time. I would like to make something that's more like the T4 or TNE that did the Pocket Empires. I think that is something a little bit more detailed, and then with like the evolution year by year of colonization, things like that you could do, make it a mini game. That's what I would kind of aim for as a Pocket Empires sort of thing. In addition to this, the static created as a certain time frame, right? Because then it's sort of the same problem I have with some of the planetary generation stuff. Is you're taking a snapshot of the present, and that's fine, but you can't really make a game out of it, and you can't move it forward and backwards. And Pocket Empires, at least you could do that. I don't know if anybody actually did that. I mean, that's what the book gives you directions to do, but even I just looked at it and said, hey, this is cool, and then put it on a shelf. Like, I think all of my T4 stuff is on a shelf. That was the last stuff I bought from a hobby store when there still were hobby stores.
Mm-hmm. So, what in the sector construction guide? How does that? Well, I was going to say, how does that differ from the world construction guide? Obviously, the world construction guide is for worlds, and the sectors for sectors. But sector must cover some world stuff, right?
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't get into anything more than the main world.
Okay.
It doesn't deal with the Worldbuilders Handbook. Is sort of, I don't know if it's my reward for providing other stuff. That was one where it was, what do you want to do next? And I said, this is what I really want to do. Don't know if it's going to sell. Honestly, don't really care, but this is how I got into programming and into Traveller at a deeper level. Was the original Worldbuilders Handbook from Digest Group, and my reaction to the Scouts book saying that, hey, I just learned this in the astronomy class, and it's not quite going to fit that way. My own program, though, broke in 1995 when they started inventing or discovering real worlds, and my invented systems all didn't look like that. And yeah, I never did rewrite it as a computer program, mainly because at this point I haven't done any serious programming in a couple of decades. So it's all spreadsheets to test the stuff now, but at least I was able to incorporate, what's been found out in the past 20, 30 years about how exoplanets really look. So I
That's
could
what I
build
was going to
systems.
ask, is if you
Yeah.
if you did research into, if you would want to say like update what we know of our knowledge of exoplanets. I know that like if you're using the UWP, I mean, you only have so much granularity of, how far you can go, but with the digits. But how did you manage to like organize and classify things into those bands?
Well, you had those extended ones, the PGP, the population gas giant belts, or the other way around. Can't remember. But so at least you had a quantity for how many gas giants and how many planetoid belts, other than the main world, if it was an asteroid belt, you have in a system. So I kept all of that. I looked through T5 for what was there. Took the orbits system that they had and kind of fractionalized it, which was already sort of a thing, and just tried to fit what we knew to be true within the boundaries of what was going to work from or what could be just presented on Traveller map, and what was consistent with T5, which it's a very thorough treatment of things, but it's very sometimes difficult to find what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So try to make it as compatible as possible. I did ignore a lot of the large world, rad world, and storm world sort of things that don't have any real meaning, and extended the size of worlds up to super Earth. So the size, instead of stopping at 12 or C, it goes to F, which is about where the cutoff of super Earths and mini Neptunes is anyway. So it, the there isn't that much you really have to do for the planets, other than dealing with the weird atmospheres you're going to get outside the habitable zone. And I just kind of gave basic guidance. It's A, B, or C, and then here's some gas mixtures and when they become gaseous and when they become liquid, and put some tables in there to do some random stuff with it based on temperature. But for the most part, it's there more as a tool set for the referee to build a world if they want to. That's just weird. I did check it all out with my giant spreadsheet of doom to do a whole sector, but there's a lot of detail in there. I don't expect anybody to even build whole systems unless they really, really want to. It's more to provide depth where you need it, or depth where you want it for a certain adventure. But that one was the most fun.
It's a gold bestseller over on Drive-Thru. So congrats on that. 256 pages. Not too shabby. That's pretty beefy.
Mm-hmm. That one was fun. Robots too was. I think that's the bestseller. Is been robots, and that was fun too, because I started looking at how, I wouldn't say lame, but robots weren't really explained in Mongoose Traveller. I mean, they just were kind of things that were out there. So what I was told to do was I could make my generation system, but I had to make all, I think, 45 published robots fit within it. And so that was fun. The slots and the spaces, kind of concept slots for battle dress and spaces for vehicles, is not what Striker used to be, right? It's not the detailed automobile suspension and what sort of engine you have and all that stuff. It's a higher level of abstraction, but it's consistent with the vehicle book and consistent with the way suits were being designed. So within there, there's enough room to work with where I could kind of build a system that also, spreadsheets again, would work to build consistent machines. And once I got all of the 40-ish ones that existed, at least more or less correct, although the prices were all over the place, so the prices got redone. But then it was easy to build out from there something that could build a lot of robots, and I did. So that was all, and I'm still being called upon every once in a while for someone, hey, can you build me a robot that does this? It's like, okay, yeah, that's easy. I know what I'm doing there.
Well, one of the things the robot handbook boasts about is you can build any robot from any setting. So how did you aside from like the robot, no, they meant outside of like the traveler settings, right? I mean, so you had to do all the 45 published robots plus like any robot you could think of, like the Robinson robot and the Dr. Theopolis and Tweaky robot. And how did you go about like identifying and finding and figuring out like every kind of robot?
Well,
Like from pop culture,
that might be a slight
mostly,
exaggeration.
or?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, that and just you build the basics and then you can figure out what you can do with it. There's I think 110 robots in that book, and then and not all of them are strictly traveler-ish. They're consistent with the traveler rules, so you've got G thrusters for some of them, and but you don't have to use that. You can build that. You can build a Mars rover. In fact, I did. I built the Curiosity rovers essentially with the rules. So it's flexible enough to handle real world stuff. What it doesn't do directly is handle things bigger than about 2 displacement tons in traveler terms. But I do have brains for ships and brains for vehicles to kind of bridge that gap.
So you could build an ogre.
You could build an ogre, yeah. You build it in the vehicle system, and then you stick a robot brain in it. So that's the main limitation is size there. But I did go down to the nano robot size, and there's really not a lot of stuff in Traveller about nano robots or even micro robots. I think there's something from Pirates with World of Newman, yeah, that had like basically nano machines warring against each other on that planet. But other than that, it's not really covered in Traveller, and really hasn't been at all, as far as I can recall.
What kind of nanobots and microbots did you build?
There's the standard ones, and this actually also fits into quote unquote pre-existing, because there was like knights on Newman that had enhancements and priests that had enhancements to strength and dexterity and intelligence based on nanobots. But I did some anti-aging nanobots. I did construction nanobots. That's the main thing, is either it helps you with an attribute or it builds something.
Mm-hmm.
Fabricators was another thing that I threw in there.
Medical?
Well, yeah, you can do you can do bio robots. You can do autodocs. I literally made the autodocs out of the rules as well. Standard one and the fancy one and a fancier one, a flying one. So you can grow tissues. I think it's tech level 17 before you can really kind of grow a living thing with a living brain. But they'll just wander out and ish or not, depending on what you're building.
Right.
But I tried to extend it all the way out to the higher tech levels. And mentioned, I think Grey Goo is tech level 22 or 23, when the whole planet can turn into basically nano food for the nano robots.
A deconstructed thing.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it covers a fairly wide range of stuff. How much of it is directly applicable is up to the referee, right? You don't necessarily throw it all into the Third Imperium universe and to charted space. It just depends. Fabrication really was never really a thing, but I think that's a legacy of the 70s, because it wasn't a thing in the 70s. But you can say that the workshop on a scout ship has a fabricator, and you can build parts with it. And
sure.
I kind of did some sizing stuff to say how big it would have to be to fit in there, how big of a thing it can make, how long it takes to make stuff.
Do you have like biofabricators or just
Yeah,
synthetic
both.
fabricators?
There's a biofabricator thing in there too. Generally higher tech level. It starts with just plain tissue and then becomes more complicated, obviously, as the tech levels go up. So that's part of the AutoDock feature too, is you can regenerate a limb.
Very cool. That's a platinum bestseller over on Mongoose, so congratulations on that. And also a beefy 264 pages.
Yeah, and that one was a lot of fun too. I did this updated Central Supply catalog, mostly because I was asked to, but that was fun too, to kind of go back and fix some of the stuff there. I added the fabricator section consistent with the robot handbook to that, and try to incorporate some of the various things from their supplements. I tried to build a system to design suits, vac suits and battle dress and stuff, but I could never get it to work very well. So at some point, suits probably have to be looked at, because there was no consistency in pricing and capability that I could find that I could make work in robots. That was easier because I could change the rules to make it work in a spreadsheet.
Right.
Right. If something was complicated or just kind of squirrely or it didn't make sense, I would just change the rules to make it make sense.
Sure.
It's harder to do that when the things already exist.
Yeah. How do you handle that? I
And
mean, you're gonna when you tinker with that stuff, do you get like any kind of backlash from the community? I mean, people love what they love, and folks love lore, and if you mess with it, some people have something to say about it.
Yeah, less than I would have expected. And I try to stay out of. Right now, there seems to be on the forums kind of a whole thing going on about thrusters and mass and stuff, and I probably have my own opinions on there. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut because it hasn't been directed back at me though, so I'll just
sure
my mouth shut.
I'm down with hand waving them myself. It's like it doesn't matter how the anti-gravity works or how the thrusters work. It just does. Nobody in Star Trek or Star Wars ever talk about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true that the anti-gravity thing doesn't turn out to be, if you do it right, perpetual motion machine, but you could argue that hydropower is perpetual motion machine. You're stealing the energy, gravitational energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming, and that's why I like that limitation that kind of snuck in on the M drive, that you have to have some sort of gravity field. Then I can justify it as you're stealing energy from the planet or whatever generated the field in the first place. And that's how the planetary flybys, where they increase speeds with the slingshot, works, is you're stealing energy from the planet. When you do that, the planet's really big, it doesn't notice. But that kind of brings me to another thing that I've working on, or actually have worked on. It's sort of sitting in the background right now, and that's another entire environment, Pioneer, which is basically Traveller in the 21st century with like real science.
Oh yeah, Matt was talking about that last year.
Yeah, he had a guy, a PhD with this, at least some NASA experience, who I haven't directly talked to, and hopefully isn't listening to this and making faces at me. Did a pretty good job of it, but it wasn't really Traveller. So I Travellerized it, and then I did something that also kind of derived from me learning something real worldish from Traveller. So let me step back a few steps. When T&E came out, the new era, one of the things they did was they kind of took away the maneuver drive for the most part, and they gave you this Heplar thing that was high performance plasma drive. So you had G hours to work with instead of being able to go constantly from place to place. You had a limited fuel supply, and from that, for some reason, I decided, hey, let's see if I can design something with these rules that kind of looks like a tech level 7 or 8, like a modern rocket. And then I started to do some, I would say amateur rocket science research, and realized that it wasn't going to work with those rules. But it taught me enough in the background to learn how to at least make spreadsheet models of real rockets. Nothing that would probably ever be built, but it would be within the realm of possibility. And when I kind of got the assignment to to play with Pioneer, I went back and I used some of the things that I had learned over the past 20 years on that, and as it stands right now, all of the rockets and spacecraft and modules and everything that will be in Pioneer is stuff that is at least it's built on a background of real math, real rocket science, and there's no design rules directly in the book, at least to start with, but it's all based and consistent. So if they do like a iGuard version of Pioneer, the rules would all be there and should work properly with all the stuff that I threw out there.
What are the main features of Pioneer? It's kind of like it's low tech exploration and colonization game.
It is. It's what was it Matt just said to me this week? It is. If you've seen why do I blank on names? Sorry, I have to edit that. If you've seen For All Mankind and looked at the second and third season of that, second season's mostly set on the moon. Third season is basically a race to Mars. That's about what we're looking at. So we're looking at 10, 20 years out. In fact, the first supplement, which I'm also kind of volunteered to write, was the basically Race to Mars book, where the player characters are among a group racing to be first on Mars, which is a lot of what that third season of For All Mankind was about. So it's kind of frustrating to a certain degree where we stand today, because SpaceX is right apparently on the edge of making everything different than it's been. And after the third test flight was more or less more successful anyway, it's going to change the paradigm of how it all works. And so it's difficult. Honestly, it's more difficult to write about the near future than the far future, because it's easy to be wrong, right?
Right.
By the time the thing gets published, you could already be, oops, that. So I have in the background designed a couple of SpaceX-like launch systems, but we're not using real names, at least at the present. So it's all fake companies and things that are not that heavily disguised from SpaceX, honestly, because that's what they're doing. Building a heavy lift, 2-stage, fully reusable rocket that puts a bunch of stuff into space. That's supposed to eventually go to Mars. And it turns out to only be a couple of ways to do that. And one of them involves nuclear propulsion, which isn't going to happen in the atmosphere anytime soon. So it's pretty much only one way to do it. So if SpaceX collapses on itself, then doesn't turn out to look that way. If somebody comes up with something we haven't thought of, or a space elevator or something, then it's going to be wrong. And it's I saw an interview or heard an interview with Mark Miller saying that he said a lot of the stuff like about what used to be tech level 8 stuff, anti-gravity and faster than light travel, to a time period where he'd be dead. And so it didn't really matter if he was wrong. Problem with Pioneer is I hope I'm not dead in 10 or 20 years, but it's definitely a risk that what we guess today is going to be not what it looks like. And so what's the shelf life of the game? That's the sort of thing that bothers me in the background. I'm not.
I wish players, and I hope this for you, that people have more grace for that kind of stuff, because plenty of people play D&D, and although it's a medieval setting, it's never happened or occurred. And same thing with Star Trek, same thing with some other things like I don't know, travel. There's a time travel show called Travelers that happens nowadays. I mean, it's science fiction, so people should give it some leeway and not be like, oh, that guy who speculated was wrong, see, he's a phony or something. I mean, it's like, come on. It's a game, and it's an alternate universe, and just take it for what it is. If it doesn't match up with the real world. How could it?
Well,
You know.
I'm looking at a model of a Space 1999 Eagle right now, and
Mm-hmm.
sitting on my desk. And obviously, that didn't happen
Right.
quarter century ago, did it?
No,
So
no. We still don't have cutters, like that modular cutters in
no,
regular use or whatever on a moon base. We don't even have a moon base.
nope,
Or
we
forget
don't.
about blowing the moon out of orbit.
Well,
We have to put a base there first.
even as a 10-year-old, I knew that didn't make a lot of sense, but it was still a really cool show at the time.
I was
Well, they
wondering.
had really cool rocket ships.
Yeah, yeah. The rocket ships were what inspired my imagination, and just this, I love any kind of sci-fi thing, even stuff I don't like. I still like it. But yeah, the old classic UFO and all those Space 1999, The Prisoner. Not exactly sci-fi, more spy-fi or whatever, but all good classic stuff.
Yeah, and
That
I don't think
never
they can
that
do
never
it.
materialized.
Yeah, and the Space 2000, well, the 2001: A Space Odyssey,
Mm-hmm.
same thing there. We're not heading to Jupiter 20 years ago. We're not
Right.
heading to Jupiter probably not even 20 years from now. But
Right. Nor do we have
maybe,
a tourist space station in orbit.
yeah, but the thing is, we may only be 20 years away from some of that stuff, and I think, or 5 years away from at least a small little thing. I I, I think it. I can't be too wrong unless the laws of physics break on us, and maybe there really is an air raft in our future. But that would be nice. But I don't think that's going to happen.
0-point engine.
Why? Something. Energy for free. Then thermodynamics. We can get into giant arguments with people about thermodynamics. I wrote a couple of self-published books that were kind of based on real rocket science as well, but more advanced. But even then, talking a tenth of a G, and your spaceship essentially glows in the dark from the radiated heat. So, yeah.
So how do you reconcile these things, or do you just get it close enough and just worry about people are going to be pedantic anyway? So
Oh, I can get that way too. So yeah, I just try to keep it with, for the most part, there is nuclear thermal. I think, yeah, one of the things is a nuclear thermal engine line of things. Ion engines, they're so low thrust that it's kind of pointless. But um, I didn't do anything that couldn't necessarily be built today, as far as materials go. No fusion drive. I had in the document that's sitting out on Mongoose's forum for the beta testers, I had a neutrino detector in there, and I got slammed on that pretty quickly and had to pull it because real neutrino detectors are, these giant water-filled things that would
yeah,
never fit on a spaceship.
yeah,
So yeah, it's like, all right, I'll pull that out. That's
yeah.
not
They're giant
reasonable.
underground tanks filled with sensors,
Mhm.
right?
Right. And so maybe in 300 years they'd fit on a starship, but right now don't fit in a stadium. So that one I backed off on because there was no real scientific way to do that. But I think everything else is stuff that can be built.
So what's the goal of the game? Like to just reach Mars and build a habitat there,
Well,
or is it
it's to be the people on the frontier. It's to be either you're building or exploring the moon base, or asteroid mining, or going to Mars. There is, at least we originally had some stuff about a kind of a second generation thing where there's more space stuff established, but at least for this first iteration, it's all near future. Um, One of the things that I'm also suspecting people might be a little bit annoyed at is it's got, a traveler generation for characters, but there's no money. There is literally no money in the game, because if you're on these missions or you're doing this stuff, it's not a matter of, you're not going to go out and spend your credits to buy, these tools. You're going to be issued the tools for the mission. It's going to be part of the build of the vehicle that you're in. Uh, and that kind of fits because, and even if you're a space tourist, you're going to be limited to here's your 350 grams of personal belongings you can take on your Soyuz capsule, and that's it. It's not and I don't expect things to be as primitive as the Soyuz capsule, but still, the mass limits getting to orbit are going to be a real thing, and the tools that you'll be issued are things that most people will never be able to afford. So there's no money. Your benefits all come out as is either contacts or allies or improvements to characteristics, and that's it. Good news is you'll never go broke. Bad news is that, yeah, your rewards are mission accomplished more than they are. Here's your pilot credits.
So like the missions are mostly like sponsored by, corporations or polities, and you don't have to worry about what they cost because they're sponsored, or.
Yeah, you're a crew, or you're there for a reason. You still has all the things like, you could be a reporter, you could be a tourist, you could be a scientist, and that's really for the Mars one, which hasn't been written yet. I would think that the one that the player characters would be concerned with would be a private effort, because that's more likely to have a diverse crew, and you'll probably be competing against. Governments and some more rigid corporations, as opposed to kind of an open thing. So at least that's my first idea, and then I wanted to just kind of let people play with this thing for real orbits called the pork chop plot, which tells you how much, when you can launch and when you get there and how much energy that takes. I don't think that's going to let me put that in the game, but it's sort of how you decide. Here's the things you have to work with. Here's your payload. If you take less payload, or you launch earlier or later, you might be able to get there first, and that might be too much math. He doesn't want too much math in it, and I made the modules and things for vehicles and stations more Lego block than they probably should be, but standardized modules and Lego blocks. You don't want to limit the game to people that actually want to do math.
Right. Yeah, you're trying to find a balance of crunchiness.
Right. So
Okay.
it's crunchy light. It's crunchy on the surface, but
Soft in the middle.
well, hopefully somebody's done. My goal is to have done the math for you, so that you can take the pieces, the constructed pieces, and put them together and build a mission, without having to worry about exactly how much power you have to allocate, or how large your engines are. I didn't get into details like, there's all sorts of subtleties in chemical engines about how you get performance and stuff, and I just basically said that if you want more performance, the engine costs more. I'm not going to worry about whether it's closed cycle or open cycle or all these other things that I barely understand anyway.
Right. Well, that makes sense. That's a good way to abstract it. It doesn't matter. It just is more expensive.
Yeah, you want 10% more performance, you just double your price. Congratulations.
Cool.
And again, that's more going to be, again, somebody else is paying for it, but you might, as the mission team, you have choices about what you can bring, and how much risk you're willing to accept.
Right. Hey, did we talk about Spinward Extents?
Well, that was the Spinward Extents is that is the Beyond and Vanguard Reaches. So that's that first one.
Okay.
So yeah, I got to I took,
because that one's also Electrum bestseller. So
yeah, that one's was like I said, I mainly got annoyed because there weren't enough gas giants in the Beyond to refuel. And the more you looked at it, the worse it looked. All of it,
right.
Especially Vanguard Reaches. But I took other stuff that had been either deprecated, decanonized, or had been done on the wiki, and used that as inspiration to kind of weave something that made sense to me. And somewhere back there when I was in school, I got a history degree. So, I mean, I have some idea of how to set up a background history and states that make sense. And in the meantime, the whole Drynaxian thing that was built for the Pirates of Drynax, there's that ancient empire that sort of splintered and died 3,000 years ago. So I could use that or exiles from that to make little nuggets of some of the states out there to explain why there were humans out there that had built bigger states earlier than the last couple of 100 years. So I mean, I just kind of took pieces that existed either officially or not officially and tried to weave it into a narrative that made sense for the areas.
Man, it sounds super complicated.
Yeah, and again, some of that stuff ended up, my thought process ended up in that subsector construction guide of how do I build this? What makes sense? So in one way, it was kind of me cleaning up my notes. There's some basic stuff on building aliens, not very sophisticated. It's basically a die 66 and pick your characteristics and whether it's physical or sociological or whatever. At some point, I'm probably going to do something deeper, animals and ecologies, sort of as a running title for it. It won't be like the old supplements where it's just lists of tables, but it'll be more about how to build a planetary ecology that makes sense, and then there'll have to be tables in the back, of course. But the focus would be on making things fit. And with Sky Raiders, the first of the trilogy that's going to be part of this book is set on basically, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's a jungle planet, and there was a bunch of creatures already created for it and some tables back in the 80s. And I'm going to kind of try to, without going to the table format, kind of try to expand the 5 or 6 detailed critters into something a little bit more ecosystem like. And then I'll probably take what I learned from that and push that in another year or so to that animals and ecologies book.
So, do you have, aside from your Pioneer projects that you have already like in the hopper, do you have some other like solid production things you have planned coming up, or are you mostly just speculating about stuff that you have in the pipeline down the line?
Pioneer is the only one that's been turned in. Sky Raiders probably ought to have been turned in, but things happen, and so it might be turned in by June and published by the end of the year, maybe. Pioneer we probably won't bring out until next year, as it is. So yeah, that Mars book that I was talking about is probably after Sky Raiders what I have to work on, and then look at the other stuff, the animals and ecologies after that. I kind of want to fix the vehicle handbook too, but that might be a longer term project. I have been unable to do what I did with robots and what others have done with High Guard, and I did with the earlier versions of High Guard, is build a spreadsheet that lets you put it together. Vehicles is a little too messy for that. I couldn't make it work. I couldn't come up with ways to do drop-down boxes and selections and things that were internally consistent and didn't look like a giant mess. So I'd like to at least make it internally consistent. That was the big thing I did that I like out of robots, is I could build things with clear progressions of what it meant to be basic and advanced and enhanced and all that, and make it kind of fit across the whole spectrum. And vehicles, I think, was done a little bit earlier than that sort of standardization had occurred.
So you'll have to like overhaul it completely, you think?
I would like to. I don't know how much I will be allowed to. You know, this is work for hire. It's somebody else's universe. I understand that when I'm told no, that it means no. That
Right.
I'm not really going to try to make I could publish things on my own, but right now I'm focused on doing stuff for Mongoose, and the limitations are what the limitations are.
Sure.
It's something that the 30-year-old Gear probably wouldn't have liked, but I'm gonna be 60 here by the end of the year, and I've learned to kind of accept that sometimes reality is what it is, and Do you want to do this or not?
Right.
And I do want to do it. So, you know, I think that's part of it, is just an understanding that this is not my universe. There are things that I would do differently. There are things that I don't necessarily like virus, and the Empress Wave, and even the Civil War to a certain extent. But they're coming, probably. Frontier War's coming next week, apparently. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I saw that on Facebook.
The art looks good anyway. I don't know. I never liked the way it turned out the first time, because it kind of seemed like it was a cop out. Basically, other than breaking up the sword worlds, it was status quo antebellum, which is kind of eh. And then they broke the entire uh, milieu in 10 years after that, or 6 years after that, with the Civil War, and they break everything, and suddenly the Aslan are halfway across Spinward Marches, and still scratch my head about that. But
Yeah, there's a lot of lore to keep straight.
yeah, and I don't know how much room we have to work with. Lauren Weisman did his alternate version of reality where the Civil War never happened. That's also boring, though. I'd kind of like the Fifth Frontier War to go a little differently than it did in the '80s, but I don't know. One of the reasons that the sort of the official T5 universe is set like 800 years in the future is so you can kind of
be clear of the
abstract
other
what
stuff,
happened.
and
Yeah, you can say that all of these things may have happened, and we lost a lot of records in the meantime, and so
here's how it is now.
yeah. So
Right.
so the thing is that either of these things could be true, and either of these two things, or maybe more than two things, evolve into the same end state, which is probably not how multiple realities work. Probably diverges instead of converges, but what do I know? That's all science fiction.
Right. If you had all the resources at your command, what project would you like to take on?
Within the charted space, or
Well, I mean, just like I guess traveler wise, would you like to write a new source book about something, or a series of adventures, or you like mapping so you want to make some more subsectors, or maybe there's a book that you think should always have been written and you would love to be the one to do that?
well, the one that I really wanted to do was the World Builders Handbook, and so I've done that one. That was
Okay.
my big one that I wanted to do. Um,
So you got your big passion project already done.
I got my big passion project done, which is kind of my reward for being a good little boy, and
Good for you.
getting the other stuff done more or less on time. And of course, now I'm starting to fall behind on that. But reality is a terrible thing.
Yeah. Schedules never go
The
according to plan, do they?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and I'll be honest, I'm struggling a little bit with writing adventures. I might not be as good as that. I might be better with rules and structure than I am with adventures, as far as writing them. So the vehicle thing I'd like to fix, but the and I don't know if you much time you spend on the Mongoose forums. I probably spend too much time at least looking at them, but there's definitely a subgroup of people, of which I'm one, who wouldn't mind going all the way down to the detailed construction rules, the fire, fusion, and steel, where you're building stuff from scratch and building it up. Thing maker, I guess they call it in T5. Just kind of not abstracting as much as it has been abstracted with vehicles, and even with robots. I stuck with the same level of abstraction. So locomotion is kind of a thing. It's it's not broken into the components of necessarily of how big is your fuel tank, how does your transmission work, and there's it's abstracted out. Power, and yeah, and fuel, and the capabilities. And armor is abstracted out to a large extent, and there's no facing of armor in robots. There is in vehicles, but yeah, that level of detail is kind of a redo of the. It's a version 3 for Mongoose, right? I don't think there's much appetite for that being done, but I would like to start with the components and build up and build a consistent system. The When I redid the central supply catalog, I made no attempt to make the mercenary weapon building rules work with it, because there was no way that that was going to work. I'm not saying that they're bad rules to build weapons. I'm just saying they're not consistent with what's out there, and it would be very difficult to make them consistent. Plus, it'd be tons of work to do that for every single weapon. So, if you're going to do all that effort, you shouldn't be trying to force it into things that already exist. You should be building all the stuff from components like that. And I had a big disagreement with how lasers were being done, because they're being done wrong.
Because they're wrong.
Well, they are. The fire fusion and steel answer was gravitational focusing, because you're actually going to get a lot better performance from a really wide aperture, and it look more like, a spot. Lasers would look more like spotlights than long than our firearms or cannon. And the way that the receiver was built into mercenary basically didn't focus on that at all. Gauss rifles didn't really. Length of the barrel there, you'd think, would be really important, because you're accelerating along it, and that didn't seem to be the major. Anyway, I just had some disagreements, and I did comment on the book before it was. I put like 200 comments in the one section before it was published, and almost none of them were adopted. So anyway, I'm not saying it's a bad book. I'm just saying that I couldn't, maybe because I wasn't really happy with it. I didn't even try, honestly, to make the weapons that already existed get retrofitted into something that would work with mercenaries. So there's a disconnect there that I know about. The suits, I think I mentioned earlier, there's no way to design suits as they currently stand. I did change some of the pricing where it just was, in some cases, I think it was just a typo, because it didn't make any sense. But between the first supply catalog and the new one, but the fact that I couldn't come up with a way to make sense of the way even vac suits worked from a pricing and a weight and a performance standpoint, kind of means that you would need to kind of toss that out and start over. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Gotcha. Well, the central supply catalog is a 5-star rating on drive-through, so whatever you did it well.
Yeah, well, that might be
like
also
it was
because the
well
art got better.
received there. So congrats on that.
The thing that I like about the newer stuff from Mongoose is that they have invested in better art. They just look prettier. The books look prettier.
Yeah, they're quality books. They're great.
Yeah, and there's this fine line between collecting and hoarding. I passed that fine line a long time ago, so I have just about everything, including the lovely leather-bound ones for some of these as well. They're worth having. I just need a bigger bookshelf or larger house or something.
We're gonna need a bigger shelf.
we're gonna have to put on a annex to be a library in my house.
Honey, what are you doing? I'm building a dumbwaiter to haul my books up from downstairs.
Well, and Kickstarter does not help with this. It's not just Traveller that I have a slight problem with. It's anything that looks kind of cool on Kickstarter, and it's like, oh yeah, I got an extra $50. I can click on that, and then this box arrives, and now the contents of the box. There's some Space 1889 after. There's 2 big black books sitting on my floor that I just got that I haven't even looked at yet. That I have no idea where I'm going to put. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just old. I just don't like looking at it so much on even a tablet or certainly not on a computer screen. I'd rather have the book.
Yeah, it's something about having the like I could page exactly to where the rule I'm looking for is in the book. Whereas if it's on a tablet, okay, yeah, you can type in the search and then search. Oh, there it is. But wouldn't you just by memory know where that section is in a book and can thumb it, immediately? Yeah. That's so fast.
Oh yeah, I bought the new screen too, so I got that. Oh, I moved that anyway. Yeah, I got the new referee screen too, which is kind of cool. Again, they've done well with art, but there's just too many books for my room right now. I have this old set of encyclopedias. Maybe I should just toss them in.
The ones that say someday maybe man will set foot on the moon.
Not that bad, but they are from like the mid '80s.
They're World Books or Britannica.
They're Britannica. They're it's like probably 30 books plus some annuals, so probably 40 books. Yeah, nobody wants those, so no, you can't donate 40-year-old encyclopedias to the library.
Yeah, maybe use bookstore. I have a bunch of old programming guides, like old versions of programming games in Java, like version 1. Like I'm not sure what to do with all these old books. How to build robots, building lasers, phasers, and ion ray gun projects. Yeah, they're all still on my bookshelf 30 years later, and I haven't opened them in years.
Yeah, I still have college textbooks. I have
Novell
Netware.
I was like,
Novell Netware. I used to be like,
Novell certified too. That's funny.
Oh, yeah. I have enterprise certification. I think I passed the most tests in the state of Washington, and the last one of those I probably passed in 1994. Yeah. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Things that
I
longer
never
matter.
saw a Novell network in real life, like outside the college. Just FYI, it immediately went to Windows 3.11, and then from there it was all Windows.
Oh, I did a lot of stuff with that. It's in the early half of the 90s, and the other last half was all Windows NT and stuff. Anyway.
All right. So hey, how can people find you? Do you have are you on the social medias?
I like I said, I'm more asymmetrical in my communications. So I'm on that forum.
On the
I do
Mongoose
have
forum.
I have a website that hasn't been updated since 2016. Yeah, it's got my 2 self-published books, but you can still get through Amazon. The problem with writing those books is that the second one is a lot better than the first one. Well, actually, you asked me what I would like to do. Another thing I wanted to do was redo the Fifth Frontier War board game, but again, Mongoose is a publishing company. They're not a wargaming company. They don't really have that much interest in doing a war game. But I would love to redo that. That would be fun.
Awesome. Cool.
I think I only played it twice, and Donnie won both times. But yeah.
What would you modernize about it, or how would you?
It's not the whole subsector. It doesn't cover the Sword Worlds and Darien area at all, really, and it would be useful to go into Vargar territory more. I would just make it be a bigger map, and then relook at some of the system defense rules were kind of really abstract. And I haven't really tried to work through the way it would work. I mean, it's all tables and stuff. It would probably make a fairly good, though low graphics computer game, right? You could if you could play it on top of Traveller Map, that would be really cool. But I don't know what that would take. As I said, my programming skills have degenerated to the point where I can use Excel really well and write some scripts and that's it.
I was talking to Joshua, and he said that he built it so that it can be it can be extensible and have plugins and stuff added to it. So who knows?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's possible. I just don't think that I have the skill to do it.
Sure.
I might be able to script what should be written, project manager's level, but as far as actually doing it, no,
Right.
not a chance. Not a chance. Maybe if after I retire, but by that point, the Frontier World will be over again. And
right. Oh, we were going to talk about your other two self-published titles.
Oh, that's where we were going before. Yes, this came out of actually me being bored in the middle of some presentations, but I wanted to look at what would space combat really look like, and that's where I get the fat lasers, for instance, and then so I went and studied learned a little bit about lasers and a lot about thermodynamics, and kind of based it on a future history that I've been working on and off since probably I was 15. 4,000 years of exactly one professionally published story on. But the two books are called Jupiter Bound and Sunward Bound. They're about commander and crew of a well, I call it a corvette. It's like 20,000 tons, but a crew of 18, you don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's a smaller warship, but it's right. It came out. I wrote it before The Expanse, but it does not help that it's a war between Mars and the Belt. That unfortunate timing on that for sure.
Yeah, oops. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can do the world building and the dialogue and the characters good. I'm a little weak on plot, and I can tell you that the first one would work a lot better if I
wrote the second one first.
No, the second one I think is I mean I'll say it's really good, but so do the people that read it, even though most of them do know me. The problem is I didn't introduce the real antagonist early enough, and so it just doesn't flow well. I would rewrite it by introducing that character in chapter 1, 2, or 3 instead of chapter 9 of 12. The second one benefited from me having. I mean, I've long since done my million words of crap. Probably written about a dozen novel-sized things over the years, but the second one definitely benefited from me spending 4 years on it, throwing away giant chunks and rearranging it. And then I wrote a third one that I don't want to even put up there because the middle third is broken, plot-wise.
Well, hey,
well,
sounds like it's your first, your first stab at it. So, you're just practicing and learning as you go. Don't be hard on yourself.
Yeah. Well, the problem is, I designed these things and I kind of made up a combat system to see how it would work. And this battle in the middle, which number one problem, protagonists are not directly involved in. They're more watching than doing. And second problem is that probably metallic hydrogen wasn't really the best idea for fuel because let's just say a lot of ships blow up on both sides. It's like, oops, that was nasty. Reminds me of a thing from the Battle of Jutland where, I forget which admiral it was, but the one with the battle cruisers is like, there seems to be a problem with our battle cruisers today as the third one blows up. Yeah, that sort of thing where it's like, oops, well, that might be how it would really work, but how things really work and how plots need to be designed to make a good story are not necessarily the same thing.
Right.
And that's another one of those things that at 30 I would argue with you and saying that, well, that's dumb, this is the way it is. And at 60, or almost 60, I'm more like, this formula works for a reason. It's worked for several thousand years for a reason. Why don't you just stop trying to fight it?
Stick with it.
Well, and if you're gonna break the rules, break them for specific reasons, not just because you think the rules are stupid.
Right.
And so, yeah, you can still get them off of Amazon, and I think I made $12 last year. First year I made about $200 off of them, but then last year it was 12. So if I do a robot for Mongoose, I generally charge them about $10 a robot. So yeah, I can make a lot more in 20 minutes of robot design and cut, paste, write up, and ascend than I can, than I can by writing a novel, apparently.
Right.
So,
Well, we'll link all that stuff in the description on the video so people can find you and find your stuff. Because
right.
sounds very interesting, and I'm sure lots of folks would be interested in learning more about you and your work.
Yeah, well, I do have another kind of novel in that, well, set like 4,000 years further into the future that I've always meant to write, but I never thought I was ready to. Well, at some point I'm going to start hitting the Alzheimer age, so I better be ready to. So there's notes and some scenes and some things, and maybe in a couple of years it'll be an actual novel out of the thing.
Great. Fantastic. Well, good luck with that. Well, I had a good time, and it was an interesting interview, so thanks for joining us.
All right. Well, yes, thanks for asking me. I appreciate it. When I had published the first stuff, Matt asked me if I wanted to do anything. I said, well, there's no books out yet. I got really nothing to say. But now that there's 5 of them out, one of them sitting in the background, and one of them sitting in my other window on the screen here, only 40 pages into it, then yeah, at least I have something to talk about.
Would you be interested in joining? Should I invite you again next year? Would you join us again next year?
Yeah, and hopefully I have progress at that point on the things that I said I'd have done by now.
Yeah, great. I'm going to hold you accountable. That's a way to hold you accountable.
Yeah, if I come back and say, well, now I'm on page 60 of this thing, then yeah, that's not going to look good, is it?
I'll be looking at my watch, still waiting on that source book.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes.
All right, friends and fellow travelers, that's the end of our interview. My guest today has been Geir Lanesskog, writer for Mongoose Traveller, and he's been so kind to join us. And don't miss his various titles over on Mongoose: Spinward Extents, Sector Construction Guide, Robot Handbook, Central Supply Catalog, and the Worldbuilders Handbook. I will link all of those things and more in the description to this video. So thanks again, Geir.
You're welcome. That was fun.
And until next time, my friends, happy traveling. Don't fly solo through the galaxy. Click like to join our alliance. Subscribe for your crew pass, and enable notifications to never miss an encounter. This journey is fueled by my patrons. Thank you, patrons. Feel the thrill of discovery. Become a patron and join the adventure. Welcome to the 2024 Traveller Mayday Mayday event. I'm your host, Frank Sucardi from Cyborg Prime Games. I have with me today my guest, Mr. Christopher Griffen. Hi, Chris.
Hello, how are you doing, Frank?
Doing very well. Hey, why don't you tell us who you are and a little bit about yourself?
I am Christopher Griffen, but you can call me Chris if you ever run into me in person. And I am a principal writer, or a premier writer of Traveller. I think that's the title, at Mongoose Publishing. And I am also a comic book writer now for Traveller, writing 2 titles for Marcosia Publishing.
2 titles?
Yes.
Which ones?
So the first one that one issue has come out for is Traveller Far Trader. And the second comic that's coming out is called Traveller Riftbreaker. And that one you'll be seeing really soon because it's getting lettered right now. And that's kind of like the last thing that happens before proofs come out. And then I get to look at it, kind of go over it with the publisher, make sure everything looks right, and we put it out for publication. And Marcosia gets things out the door in digital format months before they come out in hard copy. So you'll be seeing it soon.
Hey, cool. Let's talk about it in more detail a little bit later in the thing. I'd love to hear more about it. That's gonna be awesome. I just read Far Trader, and I thought it was, and I'd like to talk more about that as well because it has some just iconic stuff in it, and I thought that was awesome too that you included it.
Cool. Yes. Thank you.
So hey, let's tell everybody how you got interested in RPGs. How did you first find out about them?
Well, like so many of us, it happened during adolescence for me a long time ago. I was introduced by friends to Dungeons and Dragons. in the late 70s. It had to be, or maybe 1980. I don't know. It was way back there, way back in time. And I enjoyed it. I love the concept of leveling, and your character gets better and better, and you go from zero to hero is sort of the philosophy of the game design, where first the best thing you can handle is a kobold, and then pretty soon you're taking on red dragons. So fantasy's cool. I was sort of into Lord of the Rings and a few other fantasy stories at the time, but I was always a space opera kid. I loved 2001: A Space Odyssey. I don't know if you call it space opera, but Planet of the Apes. And then Star Wars came along, and then, copies like Battlestar Galactica and eventually in the Alien series, and all of that just overwhelmed me with joy. I love sci-fi and space opera. So shortly after my introductions to Dungeons and Dragons, I thought, it would be so cool if there were a sci-fi version of this. And then I have no recollection of how I found out about Traveller, but I think someone illegally photocopied some of it, and I saw a copy, and I thought, I want the real thing, because I like the actual product instead of, I don't know if I cared about ripping off the GDW or not, but I needed the actual books. So I got my mom to take me to the local hobby shop, and sure enough, they had all kinds of Traveller books, including the little black box 3-book set. And so I got all those, and obviously the design's very different. It's not hero to zero. It's 0 to 0. No, it's your character. It's, as I've heard it described,
in some cases, 0 to casket.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sometimes in original Traveller, you might not even make it to character. You could fail your survival roll. So, it was more a story of what would you say? Sort of like average people taking on extraordinary circumstances. Your characters usually come out underwhelming, unless you have extreme luck of the dice, but that's not the point of Traveller. It's sort of like the story of average folks being heroes in space, and maybe not heroes, right? There's a lot of temptation to do bad things in Traveller.
You could have fame or infamy.
Yes, to pay mortgages and to earn a fast credit, etc. So anyway, what I wanted was to imitate Star Wars, and it quickly became clear that it wasn't Star Wars, but that didn't matter. I was overwhelmed by the design of the game, the simplicity, and the fun of it. And I introduced it to my friends, and I was immediately refereeing the game, and we had a lot of fun with Classic Traveller. That's how I got into it. And I played a bunch of other games too from the era. A little bit of Champions, the superhero game.
Love Champions.
Star Frontiers, TSR's attempt to do sci-fi wasn't too bad. Gamma World?
Gamma World.
The post-apocalyptic one. Yeah, that was fun.
I think that was my first sci-fi RPG, actually. It was Gamma World.
Oh, was it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a fun game, cool setting. And eventually Shadowrun and Deadlands in the late, I guess in the 90s. Have you ever played Deadlands?
I haven't played Deadlands.
Super fun. Yeah,
somebody else was talking about it. Has a cool mechanic of playing cards and stuff, or
poker chips too.
Poker chips,
playing cards and poker chips. Yes, that's right. Deadlands is super fun, but always back to Traveller, and played multiple incarnations of the game. Mega Traveller, Traveller: The New Era. I bought but didn't play T4. Or T20, didn't play either of those, but then I just bought the books out of nostalgia. And then once I discovered Mongoose's version, the original, what they call it, Mongoose version 1, I thought they did a really nice job with this, and I started playing that for a while, and then dropped out again, came back, and Mongoose 2 was out, and started playing that.
Awesome. I have a similar path myself through those. I always stayed current. I mean, every edition, every new edition was my new favorite edition, and I just followed along and bought anything that I could that had the name Traveller on it. So
yes, I kept doing that as well.
Mm-hmm. So how'd you go from Traveller player to Traveller writer?
Well, when I started playing Mongoose version 2, I brought back a group of friends, brought some new people into the game as well over the internet. We made connections and decided to build a group. And then I was really organized, and I wrote some adventures to kind of guide them through a path. I had a vague idea of a story I wanted to tell. I saw that adventures were published in the Trojan Reach, and of course I knew I've always been a canon guy. I've always played almost always in the official Traveller universe. So I knew about the Trojan Reach. I don't think I'd ever run anything there. They only had one adventure, I think they're Leviathan in Classic Trav, and I don't think I ran it. I had the book, just never ran it. But I saw that Mongoose 2 developed it, and I thought, okay, I'll just use their setting, and started a little adventure there. And because I kind of have a background as a writer, I'm a technical writer by it's my profession, working for a tech company. I thought I can organize this stuff and write something good, and it would be fun to make a little money off of it. So I found out about their Travelers Aid Society, the task program that Mongoose had, where as long as you can get they give you some graphics and say, go ahead, go publish stuff for Traveller, and we'll take 50% or whatever it is, and you get the other half. And so I wrote a couple of adventures and published them. They did well. And then I really kind of threw a lot of effort into the third thing I wrote, which was Maker God. And that one was really well received. And it was like #1 for a long time on their TAS offerings. So I had the audacity to go to Matt. I contacted Matt Sprange and I said, Matt, my adventure's doing great. You should hire me. And he said, and I thought he might say, "My, you're an arrogant one. Go away." But no, he said, he goes, okay, it is doing well. So let's take a look at what you got. Why don't you, and what I did say is, I want to write one of your books. I saw that they had pitched in one of their annual announcements, a book that was to come out from them was The Glorious Empire. And I really liked that little area of the Trojan Reach. So I said, I would like to write that book for you. And Matt said, well, how about you write a couple adventures first? And then so he had me write a series of adventures. I wrote a Trojan Reach adventure called Exodus, and then I wrote a couple naval adventures for them because they had just put out the Element Cruiser box set, and they needed naval adventures. And so I wrote 2 of those, and then Matt said, all right, those were pretty good. Go write Glorious Empire. And I did, and that's kind of how I got my start.
Awesome. Now, Glorious Empire was like a huge source book. It's
yes.
Like 100. It's over 160.
An audiobook, by the way. I don't know if you saw, there was a Kickstarter for it, and it got converted into an audiobook, which was
no, I didn't see that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool. It's like a 160-page book of the Glorious Empire.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us who the Glorious Empire is and what that's about?
Yeah, so if you're familiar with the classic setting and you know the Trojan Reach, you know that it's probably half or more than half occupied by the Aslan, the one of the alien species, the canonical alien species of Traveller, and they are expansionists, and they have their society is guided by honor and by sort of a clan arrangement. They're a group of competing clans, thousands of clans. There are 29 major clans called the Tlau Ku, which kind of have more influence than everyone else, but technically it's just sort of a federation of clan-controlled star systems. And for the most part, they're pretty uniform. They had a historical event, sort of a historical purge when matriculation into space eventually caused people to start getting ideas and doing things differently than the traditional system of honor called Fter that they had that more or less dominated their species and their culture. And so they reined these people in, but it was difficult to rein in the ones that crossed the Great Rift. So the Aslan mostly inhabited an area called the Aslan Hierate. They crossed a jump 5 route into the Trojan Reach, and it's an area bereft of stars for the most part. It's not easy to cross, right? It's like Magellan crossing the Pacific Ocean in the 1500s. Is that right? I hope I have the years right. And it's a difficult thing to do, and they did it. And so it was sort of difficult to rein everyone in culturally because they're far away from the cultural center of the species. But for the most part, they're more or less still Aslan. They're expansionists. They have clans. But one group developed a society based on slavery. And most of the Aslan consider slavery dishonorable. But the Glorious Empire formed a subculture that was run by slaves, and mostly human slaves that they captured. Other species as well, presumably. And over the years, it's always been sort of a blight on their on their resume. The Aslan are ashamed of the Glorious Empire, but they weren't easy to extricate. But at this point in the current setting of the year 1105, the Glorious Empire is falling apart. It's finally gotten to the point where it looks like it's going to collapse. So it's a really volatile region of the Trojan Reach, and it involves a hated subculture of the Aslan. The Aslan hate them, humans hate them. They run around capturing slaves all the time. They're a pretty wicked group. And so I think it's an exciting location for a campaign because you could play a number of roles in this collapse of an alien society. You could be someone who is a slave and you've escaped and and maybe you're a freedom fighter. You could be an Aslan who is a member of a clan invading the Glorious Empire and trying to claim its worlds for yourself. You could be an Aslan of the Glorious Empire, but that gets a little tricky because I'm not a big advocate of playing a slave owner, but maybe you could, the book encourages you to play someone who's kind of recognizes the winds of change and says, I'm going to be part of the change. I'm not going to be a slaver.
Like a abolitionist subculture.
Yeah, you could say something like that, which would be very forbidden in their society. But that's where excitement is when there's conflict, right? And the opportunity for adventure. So the idea is that this area of space can change rapidly, and you could be a part of it. And whatever it morphs into, you could be associated with that.
Right.
And
you could buy slaves and free them. You
could, yes. That could be something too. You could be engaging in trade and using your profits to free slaves.
Yeah.
The other thing is the Glorious Empire are notorious for their mercenaries. They've kind of branched out into human space. They have got really highly efficient mercenary organizations. And those guys are probably a little more... They've seen what's outside their society, and some of them could get a sense of, hey, this is, what we have back home is not going to last forever. Maybe it's time for us to use our abilities to do something else and to form, run our operation out here. And there's, we've got a mercenary box set that you could probably incorporate with an Aslan Glorious Empire mercenary campaign or something like that. So there's a lot of possibilities. Really, there are far more possibilities than I've named there. But to me, it's an exciting region of space. I have not yet run a campaign there. I'm still running Pirates of Dranax.
And you will be for the next 20 years.
It sure feels like it. No, we're getting close. We are getting close to the conclusion, and they've done it really unorthodox too, because they didn't want to do piracy. So it's like, you wimps, come on, just do it traditionally. But I got to let the players do what they want. So anyway, I would love to run a Glorious Empire campaign someday, because I think it has such rich potential.
Awesome. Do you get to test out your ideas very often? Do you have a group of volunteers who?
People to volunteer.
Yes. Do you have? Can you volunteer people to help you?
Yes, I do have a group who will be who are available for that, and I will be utilizing them in the near future because I'm writing a big campaign for Mongoose right now, and it's in 3 acts, and I'm getting close to the conclusion of the first act, and I'm gonna run it before I write the other 2.
Cool. How do you process feedback that you get back from the community that you might not agree with?
Yeah, I've gotten better at that. At first, writing for Traveller has been my first major exposure to the public feedback, and generally the feedback has been pretty good. Sometimes there are critiques. And it doesn't really rankle me. So I pay attention to what they're saying. I also pay attention to the fact that it's the internet, and people like to just spout off sometimes and say things. Being negative is sometimes more fun than being positive, and right. You never have to look the author in the eye, so you can say mean things, and there are probably no consequences for your actions. But most people are nice. They gauge their critiques and they say the things they like and the things they don't like. And I pay attention because I would like to write material that people enjoy. So I take it seriously and I don't get offended.
All right, good.
Anymore.
Yeah,
I'm hardened. I've got a thick outer shell now.
Mm-hmm. So, what have you been up to since last time we met? Been doing a lot of projects, I bet.
Yeah, it's really 2 things for me right now. I would like it to be more, but some real life has intervened and made me less productive than I would like to be. But that'll change soon, and I will be more prolific in my Traveller work. But right now, it's just the big campaign, which is called Singularity, and the comic book, the 2 comics, and that keeps me pretty busy running those 2 things. I really want to finish Singularity, and part of it is because I'm really excited to have it in people's hands. It's been a difficult year for me to get a lot done. I think I'm going to be a lot more productive the rest of this year, so I'll get it out pretty soon. And because Matt's got another campaign lined up for me, and I can't talk about it yet, but the concept is cool, and it's right down my alley because I enjoy military science fiction, but I really like non-military science fiction. I like stories where the characters try to solve problems without shooting each other first, and 2 reasons for that. One, it just fascinates me more than violence and explosions all the time. That way, when there are violence and explosions, it actually means something to me rather than, oh, cool, we're blowing something up again. It means nothing to me. I see it all the time. I like it to be dramatic and unusual. And the other reason is in Traveller, combat is deadly. It will kill your characters. And so I think you really have to pace yourself when you include combat in a game, unless you just give your players battle dress right off the bat and they can just wipe everyone else out. Mm-hmm. But then
battle dress and an auto dock.
Yeah, battle dress and an auto dock, and a what do they call it? A stagger laser rifle and a fusion gun. Then you're going to be good. But it's not that fun when you
okay, adventure's over.
Yeah, we won. That's it. It's over.
You vaporized the facility from orbit. Game over. Yeah, we just got here.
Although I should probably, say that players do enjoy that to a point. They just like to win. And sometimes I think the best thing you can do as a referee is run a story where they could face mortality, but where they probably are going to be okay.
I think people like the thrill. They like the threat of their character dying, but nobody likes their character to die and have to roll up anyone.
You've said it better than I have.
Yeah,
That's right. They like the threat of it. They don't like it to actually happen.
Right. And thankfully, you do have auto docs and things that can bring people back to life, or at least put them in suspended animation, and then you have an adventure like trying to retrieve their brain from the alien computer center or whatever, you know.
Yeah, or if you, T5 has some things in it that includes digitizing your mind, so you could have like a shelved, which is a big thing in sci-fi.
Right. Yeah, I include that in mine, even in my Traveller game, even though I'm just playing Mongoose. So I have memory editing, stuff like that.
Yeah, so they have backups of their mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you could restore your character in a clone body or something like that. You don't ever truly have to die, and that's been explored in sci-fi for quite a long time now.
Right. And it can also give you cool like plot MacGuffins, like the enemy is trying to sift through your mind to get information from you, or through from your backup or whatever, or using a machine, they're like, tell me more about where you hid the pile of credits or what, I don't know, but
yeah, they interrogate your backed up brain rather than the actual person, and then when you get that brain, you could tell the other players or the other characters in your group, I gave up some information. Sorry about that, but they got to me.
Right.
In cyberspace.
Right. In the brainatron.
In the brainatron,
yes. I think last year, Third Imperium had just come out. How did that do?
Imperium came out a few years ago. Last year.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, and that's my favorite book that I've written. I love that book. I love looking at it again. I love writing adventures there in the core, and the core is where the majority of Singularity happens as well. So it'll heavily familiar. If you run Singularity, you will become intimately familiar with core sector, where Capital is, and the Emperor, and all the excitement therein.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking at your list of adventures. I see the core adventures 1, 2, and 3. I see the High Guard update. That looks pretty awesome. These are all the books that you've been involved with are 4 or 5-star rated books. So congrats to you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I didn't realize that. But that's great news. I'm happy to hear that.
You worked on Boo and Embla's Guide to the Starports?
Yes, Bella started that. Bella's one of the editor-writers at Mongoose, and then she's got a lot of projects, so she handed it off to me, and I wrote, I guess you'd have to say most of that book, but the characters are hers. I believe they're actual characters run by Bella and possibly Cassie at the office. They're Boo and Embla are actual Traveller characters. But yeah, that book was a lot of fun to write, and it was pretty well received because it's different. It writes it from their perspective. They visit these worlds in the Spinward marches, and it details the worlds and their starports. And it adds in some ships and animal encounters, some cuisine encounters.
I had an encounter with Starport sushi.
With a space burger or something like that. It's got some fun stuff in it.
It looks pretty interesting. Where do the ideas for all these things come from? Are they generated by Matt, or do the individual authors like have an idea and pitch them?
I think Boo and Embla was pitched by members of the staff. Initially, how do these things? Sometimes they're usually Matt's very much involved though in the process. When I started Singularity, he came at us and he said, "What's the next big campaign?" And I suggested the basis of Singularity and with a fair amount of detail. And then I don't know what Martin suggested, but Martin has written like 3 campaigns since then. So he certainly continues to be a fount of ideas. Geir has been writing more mechanical books, and they've got some other authors writing some new sector books. Like they've got The Deep and the Dark. Came out recently, but usually Matt's usually involved. He kind of knows what he wants to see, but then he opens it up and lets you pitch what you want to do.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, unless he's got something specific, like someone needs to do High Guard 2022, and I initially wanted to write just part of it, and then I ended up doing the whole thing, and it was a challenge.
I bet a lot of people had opinions about that book.
It has been better received than I expected, because I did change we changed some things pretty heavily, including because I got to thinking what kind of stories do we want to tell with capital ship combat, which is a major part of High Guard, right? You get space combat in the core rulebook, and then there are a lot of capital ship designs, traditional ones, like the Tigris, the Plankwell, these big battleships, and so I redid all of those. We changed the design strategy, because you really couldn't very easily run combat with the space combat system with the capital ships. It wouldn't really. It ended up being like what capital ships could really only be window dressing. But now you can run capital ship combat, and there's a fleet combat section as well, which which should run pretty well as well. If you want to run a big conflict between groups of squadrons of capital ships. But yeah, you can face off a Tigris versus its opposing ship in the Jordani fleet, and I think you'll get a result that is pleasing and destructive. They will wipe each other out fast.
How did you was it difficult to get a balance, like, between those two things, or did you just say, like, okay, this needs to have a
It was difficult, but I had a group of people working with me, and I got some great suggestions that helped push the thing along the way. And the main one came from a guy Jeremy Rector. He came up with the damage multiples idea, and then we bounced that back and forth until it worked pretty well, and then we tested it, and it worked. I'm happy with the results. It's different from Traveller, but it kind of leaves, because of the kind of weapons that are on small ships, generally speaking, it leaves their combat intact. It'll still look the same, unless you have a barbette, because we made barbettes super destructive, powerful compared with what they were. They have a damage multiple. So, and the unfortunate / fortunate thing is that Pirates of Janax features a ship with a particle barbette, and it's a big deal that your character's ship has a particle barbette, and it was already destructive because it does radiation damage and stuff like that. But now it will probably one shot a 200-ton free trader with the power that we gave it.
Wow!
So maybe it's more of a deterrent in a modern. If you use the mechanics in High Guard, maybe it's like, you go up to pirate the ship and you go, by the way, we have a particle barbette. You probably just want to let us board.
I think we should scan our ship and look at the weapons complement before you give us permission to come aboard.
Yes.
Very cool.
So yeah, the Bay weapons Bay weapons didn't scale well. I believe we made them scale well. Like it never made sense to use medium and large bays for anything but the missile versions. Now it makes sense. Each level so you've got small, medium, large bays, and then you move to spinal mounts, and each one destroys a different level of ship, if you want to put it that way. Mm-hmm. A small bay can wipe out can do a lot of damage to a destroyer. A medium bay probably one-shots a destroyer. A large bay almost certainly does. And then you've got cruisers, right? And then carriers, and then you start getting to your dreadnoughts of various sizes.
I see.
Once it gets to dreadnoughts, bay weapons are just like turrets to them, but
Gotcha.
The spinal mounts will will wreck each other really fast. So it looks like something out of a, I don't know if you used to watch Japanese animation like Star
Blazers or
Robotech.
Robotech. Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah.
Like the Zentradi ships.
The big ships wiping each other out with like mushroom explosions happening all over the place on them. I won't say that was the inspiration, but I have watched clips of those since, and I just think that looks like Traveller capital ship combat looks now.
Yeah, awesome. You know, the pitched battles back and forth are just so much more dramatic and compelling than one shots. I mean, when a one shot happens, it I guess, well, yeah, if you're outclassed, but I mean, like one shotting a ship of similar size and disposition shouldn't really happen except under like miracle conditions. And generally speaking, one shots aren't happening, but with the big ships, they are a threat, right? The dreadnoughts that have large bays and meson or particle spinal mounts, they're going to absolutely wreck smaller ships. Right.
And I wanted combat to be faster and tell that story of this massive destruction on a quick scale, because generally speaking, this is not a war game. It's a role-playing game. If you're going to take it aside to run a capital ship scenario, I think you want to get through it in half a session to a session so that you can get back to the role-playing game. Or you set aside some time to run it with the players in your group that care. I mean, a lot of people are just into the role-playing aspect of it. If you had a naval campaign or something where you wanted to resolve a fleet combat scenario, you might want to set aside time separate from your normal gaming session. If you want to make it part of it, I think it needs to run quickly and efficiently so we can get back to the story.
That's good of you to take those considerations. I was talking to somebody the other day, and like back in the day, we used to play Robotech. Battletech, sorry. And battle bots, battle droids, Battletech. Anyway, you'd have these, and also Starfleet battles, and you'd have these record sheets with like 1 million bubbles to fill in, especially on Starfleet battles. And man, the games would take a minimum of 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours sometimes. And that's with just running one robot a piece. So yeah, it could really, or one ship in the case of Starfleet battles. So yeah, that could eat up a whole session or even two. Making it more streamlined, I think is something that gaming groups would appreciate. It's funny now that I play I play MechWarrior Online, and our 4-hour games really actually in real time took like 7 minutes.
Yeah, we in my Pirates of Dranax campaign, some of the things that unfolded, I don't want to spoil in case people are just getting started with that. So I'll say that there is a scenario in the game in which you run a heist on a treasure ship, and there is a pirate lord involved in it. In our story, the pirate lord was never, he survives the original encounter, and he becomes vengeful. And he finds out about Dranax, and he wants to go and destroy Dranax. So we ran a scenario using some of the rules in Highguard 2022 with a conflict of like, it must have been about 20 to 30 ships in the conflict. And it took a couple of sessions. And some players are into it and some not so much. But it was a great way to test damage multiples and other things to see how things worked. Right. And it was fun. Yeah, fun for me. I enjoyed it. And it included, I happened to have if you've bought the Traveller Companion, there's a new version of the Traveller Companion, and it includes a section on vector-based combat. And one of the players in my group invented that chapter, and I said, you should write this up and publish it in the new companion, and he did so. And it's I think it works very well, and it was super fun to run in our session.
Awesome. Yeah, my big appeal to that is I like building ships, all kinds of ships, making ships, and also fighting them. This because Starfleet battles is in my blood. That's something that also attracts me to the Ad Astra systems. Very Starfleet Battles-ish, but modernized and computerized.
Have you played it, Ad Astras?
Yeah, I did. It's pretty awesome.
It's amazing, but it moves slowly.
Yeah,
because there's so much detail.
Yeah, I was just talking to them yesterday, and they were talking about how they've gone through and optimized some things. So now there's less steps.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
And if you're somebody who's played Mech Warrior or Starfleet Battles, you're used to going through this phase, that phase. Allocate your energy, put your shields up, that kind of stuff. So it's not that big of a deal.
One of the inspirations for our vector-based system that we put in the companion. So
they got a cool system. What's what's the best weapon in the High Guard? What's the best weapon to put on my ship?
How big is your ship?
Okay, for like a small, I just have a free trader. Missiles or lasers?
We did add some different turret weapons that weren't there before, like what do you call them? Sort of like Gauss-inspired weapons. They're projectile.
Oh, projectiles. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the name slips my mind, but yeah, we added some more, and we added some other. Let's see, we keep the same missiles. Yeah, pretty much the same missiles. I don't know. For small ships, it really hasn't changed. It's get yourself some triple pulse lasers and a power plant that can support it, and do your worst. But you can also use fusion guns and plasma guns as well.
Cool.
If you have a bigger ship, of course, we get to particle and meson guns. Particle spinal mounts are great against large ships with little armor, but they start to become very ineffective as you pack on the armor. And that's another rule we changed. We made it possible for large military ships to pack on the armor so that they can withstand a longer battle. And then, of course, meson weapons are the most destructive. They're super powerful.
Right, they skip the armor and like explode inside your ship.
Yeah, the only thing that hinders them are meson screens, and if you can dodge. Your evasion roll is really important at that point. Awesome.
Yeah. So tell me about the your foray into comics. What prompted that?
So Matt came out of the blue and asked me, Martin, and Geir, any of you guys interested in writing comic books? And I jumped at it because I love comics. I've been reading comics since I was 6 years old, and I had made an attempt to get into the comic industry as a back about 12 years ago, 13 years ago. And I worked with an artist, and we got sort of partway through it, and it didn't really work out. We had some creative disagreements. So another shot at it, I was all over it. And I jumped at it and I wanted to create sort of the quintessential Traveller story in some regards. It's the crew of a far trader, so it's called Traveller Far Trader. And if you've read the comic, the first issue of it that's out, you were introduced to them. And the second issue is just about ready for publication. The artist was Xavier, and he took a while. It took him a long time to do the work because he has a lot of other work, and he does everything. He does the layouts. He does the color. He does the whole artistic process. So it took many months for him to finish the second issue, but we've switched to a new artist. Matt and Harry Marcos, who runs Marcosia Publishing, got us in touch with a studio based in Italy that's got, as far as I know, 2 creative teams, and we've enlisted both of them to write our Traveller comics. So a new artist starts with issue 3, and then there will be an issue 4 of Far Trader as well. And the series are blocked in groups of 4. So it ends after 4 issues, the story ends, and then ostensibly it will restart with a second Far Trader series that occurs after the events of the first one. And so issue 2 is about to come out. Issue 3 is pretty much done. So amazing. We could Harry could put out, or Marcosia could put out 2 comics right on each other's tails if he wants. And 4 is in development. And then I suggested a second series called Traveller Riftbreaker, which is quite different. So my approach to these comics is that I start with the starship, because I feel like that's one of the iconic aspects of Traveller. And the first series, Traveller Far Trader, is obviously based on the adventures of the crew of a Far Trader. Riftbreaker is based on the crew of a scout ship, a Type S scout ship. And it's got, the characters are very different. They're sort of, they're a mishmash of people who've come together to adventure together, but it starts with the protagonist, the main protagonist, a guy named Revo Sanderson, and he was an X-boat astrogator. And so he knows what it's like to be alone for long periods of time, which is, one of the themes of the Scouts, right? If you have a Type S scout ship, you can run it by yourself if necessary, but it works better when you have a crew.
Right.
So anyway, he comes up. I don't want to spoil the story. I want you to read it. I think it's really different and interesting, and it's got some aspects that are a little controversial in a way. It deals with some human issues that are real and things that this character goes through. It's psychologically difficult to be in isolation all the time, and in our current world, I think a lot of people are actually dealing with that. Loneliness is an epidemic in modern society, and so I kind of use that as a metaphor for something that he's going through, and then uniting with some friends after he musters out and obtains his detached duty scout ship is kind of therapy for this character. And we find out that really all of the characters are sort of damaged in one way or another by their experiences in life. But coming together as a group of adventurers kind of gives them purpose. And what he suggests is, let's take our scout ship and let's cross the Great Rift with it. And, they're like, you realize it has jump 2, right?
Yes, it's a rift.
And it's a rift.
Look at it, it's a rift.
And so I'm not going to tell you what happens next, but he finds a way that it's plausible to cross the Great Rift in a jump 2 starship. And that's a big part of the story. And I wanted to also kind of tie these stories in with things that Mongoose is doing, right? So Far Trader happens in the Spinward Marches, which is, of course, the primary setting of Traveller for all these many decades. And it deals with issues of being a trader. And you read the comic. I sneak in all kinds of little Easter eggs for Traveller fans to enjoy.
Yeah, I liked it. It's like everyone to the grav car, everyone to the air raft.
Yes, yeah, and it looks just like a typical air raft. And the characters talk about things that are bothersome, that they have to deal with. You see airlocks, you see cargo holds. I found what I think is a creative way to show what a stateroom has in issue number 3 of Far Trader. You see the bridge a lot. It was interesting because the team that's doing Riftbreaker is a different art team. The artist who's doing the penciling, so he does the layouts and penciling, is Luigi Iannelli, and I love his stuff. It looks like it's just such a European style, and it reminds me of comics I've seen from French and British publishers in the past.
Like Tintin in space, or
kind of, yeah. He's got sort of a sketchy style. He's got humor. He's got facial expressions. He's really good at that. So I'm excited about it. And the artist who's doing Far Trader now is Andrea Corsi, and his style is quite different. It's super clean line. he does starships and vehicles like they're just so sharp. So his style is very different, but also a great artist. I like the art teams, and there are inkers and colorists on each series as well. But anyway, so Riftbreaker tells that story where you're gonna this crazy group of characters decides to cross the Great Rift. And every time when I write these comics, I'm always trying to imagine these guys as Traveller characters that someone could be controlling, right? That's their character. And
do you actually have like a character rolled up for them on the in your portfolio or whatever?
I didn't roll them up, but I do. In Far Trader, in the 4th issue, you will receive the character stats and the stats for their ship in the final issue. That's one thing about each of the comics. Harry Marcos of Marcosia wanted back matter. So there's 6 to 8 pages of back matter, like that is stuff referees could use in a campaign. So it makes the comic more appealing. If you only partially like comics, but you like Traveller stuff, it's got information that you won't find anywhere else. It's got that you can use in your game. And so those are little sections that are more or less like part of a Mongoose Traveller book are in the back of each comic. And the 4th issue of Far Trader has the character stats and their ship, and the same deal. Let's see. I think it's the same deal for Riftbreaker. I can't remember if I allotted that to the 4th issue of the first series. And in any case, we have a contract with Marcosia to create, I think, 12 total comics, and I'm hoping it does great because I want to write more. I could write 100 issues of Riftbreaker. I love the characters. I love the idea of being adventurers and explorers, and I think there's a lot of excitement in it. And hopefully our contract gets extended and we keep on producing these things.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. How do you get, where do you find inspiration? How do you remain so prolific?
Probably vastly derivative of the 57 to 75 different narratives I've read or watched. I'm not going to claim to have original ideas, so that's definitely not the case. But I mean,
do you have a muse? Do you have a I like to sit by this pond and listen to the water, or I like to go outside or people watch or something, and then I get ideas. Or
I got a couple of muses, like looking through Traveller game books provides a lot of inspiration. Deck plans is a big inspiration. If you start from a starship and you want to tell the story of being there. Part of the excitement in Traveller is there should be excitement on the ship, and the comics bring life to those deck plans. In fact, it was funny because Luigi came to me. He's wasn't familiar with Traveller when he started drawing for it, and he says, "What does the inside of the ship look like?" And I thought, well, of course it's everywhere in all kinds of Traveller books, and so it'll be easy to find what he wants. And I started looking, and really there's not a lot of visual reference other than the deck plans, which are pretty basic.
There's some room elevations, I guess, back in the Starship Operator's Manual, right? Or
yes,
yeah.
Yes. I referred him to things there, and he found on his own the what's it called? Do you remember the publisher of the 3D printing scout ship? Dynasty, Third Dynasty, or something.
Third Dynasty. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, did you build one of those?
No, but one of my players sent me one as a gift.
Oh, wow.
Not a giant one, but it's like 6 inches long or something. It's
okay.
But it's pretty awesome.
Yes, it's really cool. So he found there's like a video walkthrough and used that as part of his inspiration. So I said, really, Luigi, you're going to invent what the interior of a scout ship looks like, because there's a lot of scenes in the bridge, scenes walking in the hallway. The second issue deals with some crazy stuff happening on the ship that touches. If you look at your deck plans in Highguard 2022 or one of the other books that has the scout ship, you're going to see every one of those rooms explored over the course of Riftbreaker, because in the interior of the ship and events that go on in there are important to the story. And I won't say more than that, but
it's claustrophobic.
It is.
It's super
tight. There's not even a comment.
Yeah.
So you got, if you really, there's not even a common area in the scout ship. So if you want to hang out, you got to do it in the workshop or the cargo hold or engineering or the bridge, and all of them are tight. Yep.
I wanted to see like what it was like, so I built like a virtual scout ship in 3D, and man, it's tight. It's like very claustrophobic. Only enough room for like 1.5 people to go down the hallway.
It is very tight, and that's explored in the story as well. So looking forward to people seeing it, and I hope people's reaction to it are as strong as mine. I'm really enjoying telling Riftbreaker because it just feels to me like a group of Traveller characters making mistakes and doing dumb things and then trying to recover from them. This is not a group of characters that rolled a bunch of 12s on their characteristics. It's like an average group of characters that are taking on challenges that are bigger than they are.
That's something that I learned from the hero system from playing Champions about characters is, the flawed ones are more interesting. A superhero who, for instance, has a little old granny that he has to take care of, or whatever it is, an alien egg that he has to protect, or I don't know. Yeah, but all these weird quirks, and it's much more fun because at first you're like, well, my superhero just kicks everybody's ass, but having a code against killing, or you never lie, or things like that really just add a whole other dimension. When you create characters for these things, do you look for flaws like that and try to explain how the character came into those flaws, or do you kind of go the other way around and go, well, this guy is a scout and he probably has bouts of depression or whatever?
For Riftbreaker, I've got a plan for that. If we get extended, then each subsequent series, the first one kind of gets them to a cliffhanger. And so if we don't get renewed on this, you're going to see the end of Riftbreaker. It's a cliffhanger that you're going to want. It's a cliffhanger. You want to see what happens next. Mm-hmm. But then the subsequent series will kind of dive into the backstories of the main characters and kind of describe how they're motivated. And each backstory will factor into the story being told in that subsequent series. The way these series are being designed by Marcosia is they're 4-issue series, and then they'll combine them into a graphic novel. So you can get the cool prestige format 1-by-1 issues, and then after there'll be a graphic novel that has some different things that you can enjoy. And each one will, as the story advances, delve more deeply into these characters. I really want to see them develop. So if you play Mongoose Traveller, you know that you can have events or mishaps in the terms that you serve. And those events and mishaps shape your personality. And people don't like a mishap because it derails the path that you want to see, but usually they really add to your personality. Something happens and it ruins your career and it gives your character motivation. Well,
it usually gives you something in exchange.
Yeah, it gives you something to work with that's interesting. And
it'll say, you cheated at school and you're getting kicked out, but you get a rival or whatever, or you get something, it's not, you don't always feel like you just got kicked in the stomach. You get a little booby prize or consolation prize.
Yeah, you do if you look at it glasses half full. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, cool. So what other projects are you working on that's coming up between now and next Mayday? Is it primarily the comics?
Well, yeah, you won't see Singularity yet. I've delivered the first book of Singularity. The second book, because the first book is the source book for Singularity. Matt has that one, and he seems to have enjoyed it. It was very gratifying. And then he'll have the second book, which is Act 1 soon. And then Act 2 is where things go wild, and you're going to see Traveller taken to a whole other level in Act 2. It's and that one I hope to write a lot faster than I've written Act 1. And then Act 3 brings it all to a head. So it's a 3-act campaign, and it should tap out to be about as much content, maybe a little more, than Pirates of Dranax.
Cool.
And much of it occurs in core sector, but it starts branching out in a rather unusual way in the second book, or the second act of the campaign. The first act of the campaign is called Silean Dream, and it starts where you're the crew of a subsidized liner, a very important subsidized liner. Act 2 is called Renegade Minds. That's MINDS, Renegade Minds, and it has a lot to do with artificial intelligence, consciousness. It explores some philosophical and other interesting science fiction aspects in the form of Traveller, and I'm trying to do it in a way that people will like it and enjoy and still feel the same thrill of playing their character that they do in other games. But this one changes things a bit for you, because your mind becomes how can I hint?
Don't say it.
I won't. We'll keep it that way. I almost uttered the first syllable. I won't say anything. It's different. And then the third act is called The Glass Council, and that should just be mysterious in itself, right?
Right.
And concludes the campaign. And then we're shaping this up to be a Kickstarter this year. So it's going to have a bunch of add-ons. For example, a really cool ship that you can add into the story. Super detailed descriptions of starports and worlds. And a big factor in this campaign, another hint that I'll drop, is the Expo system. The Expo system is sort of the linchpin upon which this campaign is built. And so there's some add-ons that you can get if everyone bids up the Kickstarter high enough, that will describe in detail aspects of the Expo system that you didn't know about before.
Oh, cool. Looks like the Kickstarters have all been pretty successful so far.
Yeah, I hope this one is too, because we've got big plans for it. And then it'll have all the other extras as well, like a set of dice. And there's, the dice will have, what is it, like for the number 1 or the number 6, it'll have a character on it. And that character, I can't say who it is, but it's a major factor of the campaign, and it'll be like an icon of that thing. And then there'll be other things that go along with it too, like cards with tech on it or something, or
cool.
Pencils and pens, all the stuff that they offer in things like the Mercenary set, the Great Rift set, extras that are similar to those sets.
Also, like promotional swag or whatever.
Yeah, if you have them, they're like rewards if people bid up the project high enough.
Gotcha.
And they'll unlock them as we get higher and higher in the support for the Kickstarter campaign.
Are they reprinting Maker God?
Yes, thanks for mentioning that. I forgot about that. That's out now. It's actually out in hard copy. So I've gotten a lot of great feedback on Maker God over the years. So finally I approached Matt and I said, how about if we make this thing canon? And the way we do that is by you publishing it instead of it being a TAS adventure. So I rewrote it some, because when I wrote Maker God, I didn't write it exactly in the Mongoose style. It was a little more tongue in cheek and a lot more exclamation marks and silliness. And I dialed it back a little bit and made it more into their style. And what I was really excited about was seeing the art. I love Traveller's artists. I love Matt's stable of artists he works with. And he took it, and now it's got really good art. And they redid the ship, the ship that's in it. I love the ship that I have in Maker Gods. It's a raider ship for the Omen Raiders, and it's a tech level 9 but jump capable ship. It's like, to me, it's a great starter ship. Like you could almost run a campaign in the Trojan Reach and if your players didn't get a scout ship, what if they happened into one of these things? It's tech level 9, so it's so basic and, kind of limited by its technology, but it's fun. It's called the Threshing Ore class Raider, and a new art for it. And
it looks like Space Vikings in the Space Meat Hall.
Yes, that's right. It's got a lot of that going on, and there are references to a certain Led Zeppelin song throughout that adventure that only a couple people have noticed, or at least a couple people that I've seen have announced that they know the in joke that I'm making.
Found the Easter egg.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome.
So yeah, I'm excited about that as well. Yeah, that's out now. It was super fun to see it get redeveloped by Mongoose.
It's awesome. What else you got going? Anything else? Did I miss anything or skip anything? Or
I wish I could talk about the next campaign, but now we're gonna have to wait on that one. I'll tell you this: it's set in yet another very popular area of the charted space setting, and it will. What can I say? It will change the trader campaign. That's the hint I'll drop for you. It will take the idea of interstellar trade and make it super fun and interesting and different.
Awesome. So do you have socials or something people can follow you on, or do you just post mostly on the Mongoose stuff, or?
Yeah, I'm on what's Threads. I do have a presence there at Threads, which is what Facebook's, or what is it, Meta's thing. And I'm at let's see, what's my ID on there? You can find me just by searching up Christopher Griffen. My EN, and my Griffen is spelled with an EN, so hopefully there's just one of me. It identifies me as a tabletop game designer and graphic novel writer. I announce a lot of my projects there, although I haven't really developed it properly. But hopefully I will. Hopefully you'll help me, Frank.
Yeah, get yourself an author page. That's my advice for this year.
So I promote the comic there. I put some of our previews of the comic book on my Threads site, and so that's a good place to find me. But other than that, I don't really have a really strong social media presence.
Weird. Just kidding.
Well, it takes a lot of time.
It does. I spend a portion of every day like interacting with the community on all the socials, and it does take a chunk of time to kind of keep a community cultivated and not feeling neglected.
I know people who do it and are internet personalities, and it is hard work.
Definitely. So where can people primarily find your work? Would that be at mongoosepublishing.com?
At two places, mongoosepublishing.com and markosia.publishing.com. That's MARKOSIA.
Oh, and Drive Through RPG.
Yes, that's right. So, and stuff from both Mongoose Publishing and Markosia is available on Drive Through RPG and Drive Through Comics. The first issue of Traveller was #1 on Drive Through Comics for something like 2 months or something like that.
Oh, right. I forgot they have Drive Through Fiction, Drive Through Cards, and Drive Through Comics as well.
Yeah, we were that, and I credit Markosia for being a quality producer of content, and the beautiful cover art that was done by Mauro Sorgenti. And now we've got let's see, we've got different artists doing the covers now, but the covers are always, in my opinion, stunning work that could accentuate any Traveller campaign. The first issue of Riftbreaker has You can see it on my Threads account. There's go check out Christopher Griffin's Threads account, and you'll see the cover. It's got a scout ship on it that looks like it has had better days. And I love it. In fact, I love it so much. I'm looking at it right now because I had a 16 by 20 print of it created, and I framed it and put it on my wall.
Awesome. That's awesome. All right. Cool, man. I like all those bonus things and the little extras that you give out and stuff like that. It's all great ideas. And those art things, everybody has I guess an image of how they think a ship looks like in their head, but to see it kind of spelled out for you also inspires your imagination.
It's good I think a lot of the game that we all play, a lot of it's in the theater of the mind, right? But which is really cool, because when you think about it, every player in your group is imagining things slightly differently, and all of their stories are valid.
Right.
And yet somehow we all come together and we're all in the same story, even though in our heads the movie looks a little different. So, but it's still fun to have something like the comic take those concepts of the game and
give us all a common point of reference.
Yes. Yeah. And by the way, in the second issue of Riftbreaker, I had a lot of fun with that, because there's a scene where they go into sort of an archive, and it is filled with Easter eggs for old time Traveller fans, stuff that's lying around in the archive. And I hope people have fun with that as well.
Awesome. All right. Well, it seems we've come to the end of our little interview. Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. This is, I don't know, third or fourth year I've done it with you, and every time it's a little different and super fun to do. So I hope you keep having me back. And next year I'll have a lot to talk about with a completed Singularity campaign, and I'll be able to say all kinds of things about the other campaign I'm writing.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Thank you so much for being our guest. I appreciate you supporting this little event, and yes, all the best to you and to your future projects.
To you as well, Frank. Thank you so much for everything you do for the game. This Mayday promotion is really cool, and you've made it an integral part of Traveller fandom, and I'm just really excited for you for the success you've had at it. So thanks for doing it.
Oh, thanks for your kind words. And thank you, dear listeners. Until next time, happy traveling. Don't fly solo through the galaxy. Click like to join our alliance. Subscribe for your crew pass, and enable notifications to never miss an encounter. This journey is fueled by my patrons. Thank you, patrons. Feel the thrill of discovery. Become a patron and join the adventure. Welcome to the 2024 Traveller Mayday Mayday event. I'm your host, Frank Sucardi from Cyborg Prime Games. My guest today is Mr. Martin Dougherty. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Well, I'm Martin Dougherty. I'm a full-time writer. I have been for a lot of years. I write a lot of mainstream books, history books, mythology books, conflict, weaponry, that sort of thing. And I also write Traveller. It turns out quite a lot of Traveller.
Do you know exactly how many titles you've written for Traveller?
No. Somewhere between quite a lot and loads. I know that the list runs to a couple of pages in Word, but quite honestly, I don't know. I have reached the point in my career where I've forgotten some of the books I've written and found them in a bookstore and thought, that looks familiar, that looks like the sort of thing I would write. That happened.
That's funny. Hey, look at this book. Oh, this is a good one. Wait a minute.
I have literally done that. I have literally stood reading a book in a bookstore and thought, this is just like something I would write, and the writer writes just like, hang on a minute. Yeah.
So Martin, tell us a little bit about let's go back in the Wayback Machine. How did you first get involved in role-playing games?
My route in was unusual, I think. I remember sometime in late 1983, my mother asked me to come and listen to a radio program with her, which was about Dungeons and Dragons and this great new game that was really positive, and people were learning social skills and maths and stuff like that. About 6 months later, this satanic panic started and people changed their minds. But in the meantime, she bought the basic set for my sister for Christmas and asked me if I would help her figure it out. My sister was more interested in riding horses, but I stayed with the gaming. I met some people who played games, and within the first few months, I had encountered Traveller and RuneQuest, which I liked much better than D&D. So I played Traveller and RuneQuest for ever after that.
Do you have a go-to career in that you like to play in Traveller?
In any game, I tend to play generalists. Somebody who's got a scattering of skills, who can tackle almost anything. It doesn't have to be particularly amazing at anything, but I like to be somebody who can have a go at anything rather than being, a mini-maxed monster for one particular skill. And I know that makes me weird in modern gaming, but that's me. So, maybe scouts or merchants or some guy who's just sort of bounced from one career to another. If you look at what I've done in my career, yeah, that's pretty much the same thing in real life.
Did you ever stat yourself in Traveller?
No. No, I don't think I've ever done that.
Maybe in a way you have.
Well, yes, obviously I've created characters that I feel comfortable with playing. And yes, I mean, there's an element of, that's me. But I've never deliberately done it. I know there is a Traveller stat thing out there where you can stat yourself. It was for some con many years ago. I've never done it.
Mm-hmm. I'm not humble enough to do it.
No, neither am I.
Nope. So, do you remember your early days of Traveller, like how you were first introduced to it, or what? What was it that hooked you? Was it just that you liked science fiction better, or what was it? Was it the different mechanics that were the life path kind of thing?
The game mechanics were largely irrelevant. For me, I remember the very first game I played, and frankly, it was a bit silly. I remember that there was a servant robot called Smedley involved, and a plan to use a fusion gun as a reaction mass to propel ourselves along this ship when the gravity had failed, and it was all a bit daft. But something about it interested me. I think it was the idea that the characters were just kind of talented people rather than level 22 superheroes, and that always appealed to me. Some bloke with a shotgun trying to solve a problem instead of being a superhero. I like that.
Right. Yeah, you couldn't punch your way through an airlock door, for instance. You had to smarts your way through.
I've always disliked the style of Traveller play where people want a plasma gun and battle dress, and they want to just storm around incinerating hordes of bad guys. I've always been more about I want a revolver and a trench coat, and I'm going to try and solve these problems by maybe being smart and a bit sneaky and clever. The superhero end of things doesn't really appeal to me. So things like high-end D&D, I've tried to play it, and I found the mechanics defeated me because I'm stupid, and I just much preferred the idea of you're just this guy. He's quite good at starship engineering, and you've picked up this big wrench, and you've just got to solve the problem right now. That's I think what appealed about Traveller was it was sort of people like us in extraordinary situations.
What did you think about the were you when you first got into it, were you primarily a player or a GM or referee?
Throughout my gaming career, I've been almost exclusively a referee. I played the first game I played as a player, but I have an infinite amount of stories to tell. And I wanted to tell those stories, so naturally I would be writing games. And generally speaking, I ran pretty much everything for our group. Just because I like making stuff up, I guess.
Mm-hmm. How did you go from Traveller player to Traveller writer?
Yeah. I've always been a writer. As early as 1984, I was writing for fanzines. It was the golden age of the staple photocopied fanzine. And I just started writing for them because I wanted to. And I'd moved from there to semi-professional magazines, and I just wrote because I wanted to. And I remember in 1993, might have been 94, with Traveller New Era, I really liked it. It was the first game I'd bought in a long time because I used to just write everything. And I was very excited by it, so I wrote some stuff and sent it off to GDW, and they accepted it. They went under before they published it, but that's, unfortunate. But I just sort of did it because it seemed natural for me, and it's always seemed natural for me.
Did getting the approval from GDW inspire you to keep at it?
I don't know. At the time I was printing out manuscripts regularly on a first generation laser printer and sending them off. I'd written 2 or 3 novels. I had a book published at that point. So GDW in particular, yes, it encouraged me a bit. It's always nice to succeed, even if you ultimately don't. But I've always been a writer, and it was natural to me just to keep at it once GDW went. Mm-hmm. The acceptance and then the company going under was a setback, but I don't recall it particularly discouraging me in any way. It was just, this is what's happening right now, send some stuff off to some other client.
So it didn't set you back too hard. I mean, you're already an author and maybe experienced with getting either things approved and not printed, or maybe even getting rejection and rewrites, or just flat out rejections.
Yeah, I was just starting out, but I'd had quite a bit of stuff published. And it was very exciting to get offered a novel contract by GDW. And then I heard from a gamer friend, they've gone under. That's why they haven't replied. And that was upsetting, because obviously it was a big break that then didn't happen. And it wasn't the only big break that then didn't happen. But you either carry on or you don't.
So what did you pursue after that? Just figured, what was the next kind of path that you decided to take a stab at it?
I'd written a couple of novels. I'd become a client of the Maggie Noack agency, who was very high profile. And then I sent them a second manuscript, and my computer's just gone off. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
All right, that was weird. So I'd become a client of the Maggie Noack agency. I sent them a second manuscript, and it was just bounced by a reader. And I asked, what's happening here? Are you dropping me as a client? And they said, no, of course not. And a week later, they dropped me as a client. And I was so angry, I sat down and said, right, okay, what can I write that will definitely get published? And I came up with a concept. I wrote the book, and it got published. Because my rage is really powerful. And I pursued mainstream for quite a while. And then Imperium Games launched Traveller 4, and I sort of became involved with that. Because why would I not?
And how'd that go?
It was mixed. We had works accepted. I was writing with Neil Fryer at the time. And then Imperium Games went under. There's quite a story there, but they were bought out by Sweet Pea Entertainment, as I understand it, who made the first D&D movie, and I still have the contract from Sweet Pea Entertainment for the work I did, and the people who made the first D&D movie still owe me money.
Do you remember? Go on.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they renegotiated the contract, which means basically they told us 50 cents on the dollar, take or leave. I said yes, I'd take that because it's better than nothing. And then they didn't pay me. So I have a issue with D&D movies now because they owe me $150.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Petty. I know that's petty.
Well, just avoid the movies. That means skip 5 of them or something, or 10 of them.
I've never seen any of them, and I realise I probably should get over it by now.
No, they're not good.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, you're not missing anything. Yeah. Save your money. Yeah, don't try to get recompense that way. You'll just be angrier.
Sorry. One of the things that happened during the Imperium Games things, I started talking to Mark Miller. And we had a back and forth that went on for years. He sent me some early documents from what was eventually become T5. And we're talking here about 1998 or so. And I pitched the 1276 background, which became 1248. And there was a lot of discussion about that. And all of that stuff was going on during that period where Imperium had gone and nobody was really publishing Traveller, but I was still talking to Mark in the background, and both of us had lots of ideas, and some of them have happened.
Like?
Well, I did publish 1248. It had a very convoluted history, but eventually we did actually produce it. About 2005, 2006, we actually published it years later. And then, of course, Mark's T5 eventually came out, 2008, thereabouts. But somewhere on an old hard drive, I still have his Alien development system that he was developing back in 1998. I can't even remember why he sent me that, but he did, and I have it.
Nice. Little piece of Traveller memorabilia for you.
Yeah, someday I'm going to go back and see how it matches up with the current one. I remember it being broadly similar, but there was a lot of years of development went into that.
So, where do you find inspiration for writing these histories, and how do you kind of put them together?
Well, I write a lot of real-world non-fiction, and no matter how inventive you are, real-world history is more bizarre than anything you could make up. So I do tend to be inspired by little pieces of real-world history that I've come across, and ideas, and certain principles, which Mark talks about. One of his big ones is everything is driven by economics. And when you start looking at a game universe in terms of logistics and economics and industrial capacity and that sort of thing, then quite often you can get an idea of what is possible at that tech level in that society, and that's your basis. Now you tell a story around it. So I think a combination of extrapolating from real world history and occasional moments of 3 o'clock in the morning, I wake up with an idea.
Do you keep a journal near your bed to record those things, or do you just jump up in the morning and hit the typewriter? Word processor.
There were some nights. Last night was one of them, where I went to bed, lay down, started thinking, told myself to stop thinking, got up and started typing. And in fact, I worked all night last night. I didn't go to bed because I'd had an idea, and I won't go to sleep. I will lie in bed literally typing the book out in my head, so I might as well press the buttons on the keyboard.
Right.
And I know it's not particularly healthy, but it's what I do. And some of the ideas, like, don't go to sleep, you'll forget it. But it doesn't matter because I can't go to sleep anyway because I've had an idea, right?
Right, and now you're obsessing over it, and you must get it out.
An old friend of mine used to call it a writing bug. You've had a writing bug, haven't you? Yeah, I've been up 3 days straight. And every project, I promise myself, there's a point in every project, I promise myself, that's it. when I get this done, I'm going to run off and live in the woods as a wild man. And I've even got a particular stretch of woods picked out. It's quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's another job. And I'm away again. I'm sure it's not healthy. I'm probably diagnosable as some kind of lunatic obsessive or something. But once I've got a story to tell, once I've got something that I want to say, it has to be typed.
That's cool. Do you do any kind of brainstorming, mind mapping, or you have any sort of structure or procedures that you go through?
I've always advised any writer. The phrase I used to use was "real men use outlines."
Mm-hmm.
You should always outline everything, and you should update your outline because it will save you so much trouble when you've changed your mind about something. And yes, you absolutely must have an outline. And some of mine are just like a few words connected by lines, but there is an outline for everything. Because any project you just dive into and start typing on a blank page is at best going to be painful, and at worst you'll get lost and give up.
Yeah, I was in a online writing group, and my point was, a lot of folks like to do seat of the pants kind of writing, and others were strictly outliners, and I'm in the outliner group, even if it's just some bullets on a napkin. It's a plan. And you can alter it later, but when things start getting really complicated, you can tell when somebody doesn't do an outline. It's just spaghetti. It's going everywhere. They're not on point. They're like, where is this going now? And you're like, you clearly didn't outline this.
I have had characters who I've realised wouldn't do that. When I was writing Nightfall in Avalon, there was a point where the two lead characters were going to go back to the city, and then I realised no, they wouldn't, because they're too paranoid and stupid and larcenous to just do that. They wouldn't do the obvious safe thing because that's not them. So there are 3 chapters in that book that are essentially them doing something idiotic instead because they would. And I had to rework the outline because they'd gone off and done all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out I write about idiots quite a lot. You write what you know.
This one's about 3 idiots on a space station. This one's about 2 idiots on an expedition.
Yeah, that's basically where I'm coming from. At best, competent person, totally out of their depth, but usually, this guy's an idiot, or they've got an agenda, or they've missed something important. And in this case, these guys just took one look at my outline and said, no, we wouldn't do that. And I had to accommodate the characters because I'd come to know them.
Sure.
And a lot of stuff does have to be driven by characters. But you still have to write down in your outline where you wanted them to be so you can get there in the end.
Right. Yep. The outline's got to be a living document that gets modified as you go along, because you do come up with better ideas, or you go like, wait a minute, this would be better if it was like this. And you didn't think of that at first, but now that things have developed, go ahead and add that in.
Absolutely. I think it was Dwight D. Eisenhower said, planning is everything. Plans are nothing, but planning is everything. And the act of planning through something at least lets you have an idea of how to fix what happens when your characters do something that you didn't plan at the beginning, but that's what they would do.
Right. So how did you go from kind of chatting in the back rooms with Mark Miller to writing for Mongoose?
Yeah, I'm going to be slightly egotistical here and say Mongoose decided to publish Traveller. So naturally I'm writing for Mongoose. But putting aside my massive ego, I remember at Gen Con UK in 2004, we were in Minehead and it rained a lot. And there was this big marquee and it had a floor made up of these tile things, but they all floated around overnight because it had rained a lot. And then the heating failed. But all of that aside, Matthew was there, Matthew from Mongoose, and we had a bit chat about it because I was doing something else for him. I was Armageddon 2089. And we had a bit of talk, and he said, I'm going to try and get a traveller licence. And he said to me rather cryptically, because I know what to do with it. He didn't tell me. He just told me he knew what to do with it. Fair enough then. And a few years later, Mongoose started publishing Traveller, and I honestly can't remember, but I assume they approached me. I was already working with them. So I assume they said, well, hey, you know about this game. Do you want to write for it? But I actually don't remember exactly how it happened. It's one of those things that, in hindsight, it was natural. They were publishing Traveller. I'd written for Traveller in the past. Well, you know, what's going to happen here?
Right.
So I just sort of fell into it. They got me to do... Oh dear, what was the first Mongoose book I did? I actually don't know. Nope, can't remember. But whatever it was, they got me to do one, and then another, and it's 20 years later, and here we are.
Was it like Fiddler's Green or Type S or any of those?
No, those came later. Oh, no. Those, I think, were Avenger products, which then got rolled into the Mongoose line later on. The first actual Mongoose book I did, it might have been the original Spinward Marches book.
Okay. I see you listed here for Supplement 4 Central Supply Catalog.
That came later.
Okay.
I think it might well have been the Spinward Marches book. I honestly can't remember. You could look at the publication dates, and I'm sure it would be very enlightening, but I personally just don't know. Nope, I got nothing.
Yeah, that's right. You've written for a bunch of other publishers too, haven't you? It looks like
yes,
Avalon Games and a few other.
I did quite a bit of work for Cubicle 7, their World War Cthulhu stuff, because I'm an actual military historian. And, for example, they wanted a Special Operations Executive Handbook, but with secret bits for when you run into the mythos. So you're being parachuted into occupied France, and you find out that the resistance are summoning Migo to attack the Germans with. So what's SOE protocol on that? And I had to write some really good fun stuff, like if you're fighting a Migo, don't bother with your bayonet, because they're made of contra-terrain matter, and impaling weapons don't work. So what does SOE advise its people to do when they're fighting Migo? It was fun. It was really good fun.
That sounds fun. How do you kill the Migo?
Incendiaries are good.
Incendiaries?
Or anything that'll just blast them apart. So actually birdshot from a shotgun is quite good. Mm-hmm. Whereas bullets just go straight through them.
Oh, okay. Right. What, dynamite?
You basically need to physically separate the bits of Amigo.
Gotcha.
So something like birdshot is actually a better option than a bullet. Gotcha.
Back in the day when we used to play, I like to call it Cthulhu because you could, like, you know, it's just so low tech. Your biggest weapons are like a Tommy gun and a shotgun, maybe a stick of dynamite. You know, you don't really have armor or, you know, plasma weapons or, you know, even modern guns.
Yeah.
And you have to face the Eldritch Horrors with your dynamite and shotgun.
Your guns are all right against the cultists, but against the monsters, forget it.
Yep. Not so much.
Yeah. I loved Call of Cthulhu. It was utterly terrifying. But that was part of the fun. It was like, let's investigate and find out something we don't want to know.
Mm-hmm. And shouldn't know.
No,
right.
We weren't meant to know this.
Right.
But it's happening, and now we have to deal with it.
Exactly.
One of the things about it I liked, actually, was, again, you were quite ordinary people with ordinary people capabilities, and you were so outmatched by the bad guys, by the big bad guys. So you couldn't just put your power armor on and shoot it with a plasma gun. No. You're going to have to come up with something clever. You're going to have to lure it into a trap.
Yeah. There's
something you're going to have to do here. You have to solve problems. And I really like that.
Yeah, you can't really fight the cultists. You got to hide from them or run from them or maybe you get one success, you overpower one or something, but here comes 4 more because they're cultists and there's so many of them, and it's yeah.
So it feels more like a movie than a lot of role-playing games do, because in a lot of movies, characters are constrained by what they can and can't do,
right.
So they have to come up with some clever solution, and that means there's a story. Whereas if you walk into the cultist lair in battle dress with a fusion gun, it's kind of over pretty quick, and it isn't much of a story, really.
Right.
Fun sometimes, but it's not much of a story.
I think we might have just keyed in on why there's a big crossover between Call of Cthulhu and Traveller players.
Yeah, I would think so. Because at the end of the day, you're just some person who's quite talented, but you're up against forces bigger than you.
Right. So, and when you're playing something on the epic scale of Traveller, you could be up against overwhelming alien forces, overwhelming Imperial forces, overwhelming underworld forces. There's a lot of ways to be overwhelmed.
Well, when we did the Mystery Secrets and Wrath of the Ancients thing, we actually got the chance to not do that. We got the chance to actually create Travellers who are superheroes. So what happened was that Gareth Hanrahan wrote Secrets of the Ancients. And then Matthew decided, it was one of his ideas. He has ideas. He shouldn't be allowed to have ideas. And this one was, how about we turn this into a trilogy? Because that won't be difficult or anything. And I would write the first and third around Secrets. And the idea I came up with was that the Travellers, during Mysteries of the Ancients, without too many spoilers, something happens to them and they start to develop extra human abilities. And you get to sort of guide a little bit how you develop. But by the end of it, the Travellers are much more than ordinary mortals. They're essentially uplifted in the manner that the Servitors of the Ancients are. And they're able to sort of stride across a lot of problems. There's a lot of things that would be difficult for the average Travellers. Don't be silly. I'm a genuine superhero. There are things I can do that mortals can't. And my brief was essentially go hog wild. And it was quite fun to do that in the Traveller universe. And so okay, yeah, you're now basically beyond anything a mortal can be. What do you do now? And what happens when you win? You've destroyed the big bad. I don't want to give too much away, but there is a scene where, if you choose, you can kick an ancient off the side of his spaceship into a black hole. And yeah, okay, now you've won. What are you going to do now? And
all right, now you've got the power of the ancients. Now what are you going to do?
Now what are you going to do? And I had to actually think about that. I think, well, what is there for these people to do? Because one of the problems with a lot of fiction lines is it bloats and it bloats and it bloats, and it gets to the point where the character is a commander-in-chief of the known universe. And why would they even get out of bed for most problems? But Matthew has sort of said, yeah, so we could maybe do something beyond this. Okay, so a bunch of ordinary people have become nearly as powerful as the ancients. What is for them to do? I know the answer to that, and I'm not going to tell you.
All right, you'll have to buy the line to find out.
Because we may be writing that one. And it's an opportunity to explore some of the big mysteries of the universe and just do stuff in Traveller that's never been done before. And I'm slightly horrified by the scope of this, because to me, 3 blokes in a spaceship with a shotgun between them is what Traveller's about. And this is this totally other level. But yeah, that's a thing that we might be coming back to in the future. What is there for these people to do? Well, like I say, I know the answer to that.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff. A lot of people they like the job simulator aspect of Traveller, where you're always broke and you're like just fixing your ship, and but it's fun to not play that way too. Like, your ship expenses are taken care of, and so now that aspect, that pressure is taken away, what do? Well, you pursue revenge, or you pursue your interests, or you learn of injustices that your character doesn't like, money doesn't have to be, there could still be like maybe you want to fund a charitable trust in your name, or build a new wing onto the university. I mean, there's other things besides like direct money.
Yeah, that's something we had to do in ultimately the Wrath of the Ancients campaigns. Why would the Travelers do this? What's their motivation? Money doesn't matter anymore. They've got all these powers. They can go and do anything they want. So what is there for them to do? And they have to make their own moral choices. And one of the choices is, do you turn into the Ancients? Do you do the things they did? Or do you not? Do you do something else? Do you decide, for its own good, we're going to take over humanity? Because that is an option that you could try in this.
Or maybe you're going to go around uplifting things.
Yeah. Or did you just become the bad guys? Did you actually just become supervillains here?
Right.
And there's a lot of moral choices. Once this campaign hands Traveller characters tremendous power that doesn't exist anywhere else in the Traveller universe, and then just says, do what you like with it. And you have to make your own moral choices. And you need to ask yourself, what are you? Because you're very nearly a god. It's about time you decided what sort of god you're going to be.
And how are others going to perceive you? Are they going to perceive you as a threat and rally against you?
Yeah.
Or are you going to be benevolent? And even if you are benevolent, you could be perceived as otherwise.
Or even if you do your absolute best to make things better for everyone, what happens when it goes wrong? And you end up hurting people instead?
They didn't want to change.
They were just happy in their mud huts, And there's a lot of moral questions raised by that campaign. That's, I think, a very interesting experience for the Travellers. What do you do if somebody really does hand you all that power? I suppose you could be the most epic murder hobos ever, but surely that gets old at some point. So what do you do? And that was the big question in that campaign. What are you going to do with all this power? And does that make you? Does might make right? There is an option to just kind of say, yeah, okay, that worked, and then just go away and live quietly in a hut because you've done everything. So, what is there left? But no, I thought it would be fun to explore the idea. What happens after Ragnarok? What happens when you win?
That's an interesting topic. That is very interesting.
I mean, I actually know what happens after Ragnarok because I've written a book about it. The world is made renew, and people do survive into the new world in Norse mythology. And the world's lovely and fantastic and pure again. But it doesn't mean everybody's Ragnarok's like that. What happens when you realise the whole of humanity owes you its survival? Does that make you a bit arrogant?
Right. Well, I guess it depends on the character. Are you going to retire that character? Are you going to, I don't know what's possible as an ancient, but maybe you're going to ascend to a different state of being and float away as a ball of energy? I guess that's up to the character, really. Do you offer like paths to take in the adventures themselves? Yes.
We discussed this at the back of the book. What happens next? And the things that used to be a problem for these people are not anymore. Pretty much they can just do whatever they want. But what is worth? And we discussed some of the paths they might take. But ultimately, big question that the whole campaign asks is, who are you? Once you've become very nearly a god, who are you really matters.
Awesome. Do you like writing adventures or source books better?
Source books.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Adventures, I don't know. Every single adventure I write, I get about halfway through, and that stretch of woods starts to beckon. Just all the threads have to be tied up and all the rest of it. There are stories I want to tell, but at some point, adventures always become more complicated than source books, because the source books I write are very similar to the real-world non-fiction books I write. I'm truthfully reporting something that was made up as opposed to something that's actually true, but it's the same sort of thing. So you're just telling people how it is. But when you write an adventure, you have to start thinking in terms of, what if they don't do that? Because I hate railroady adventures. These adventures, and then the travelers go here and then they do this. I hate that. It has to be, there has to be freedom of action, there has to be agency. But that means you've got to work out, what might they do? And it's my long experience of players that no matter what you plan for, they'll find something else.
Mm-hmm.
Or they'll miss the big clue. Or they'll become obsessed about some random object they saw 2 scenes ago that's obviously the most important thing in the universe. And off they go, making a nuisance of themselves, trying to figure out something that's just a throwaway detail. Because players are like that. And as an adventure writer, you kind of have to, you have to account for that.
Right.
So yeah, adventures are more trouble to write, but there's some great stories to be told.
I feel like as long as the players don't realize they're being railroaded, it's okay. Like,
yes.
they end up someplace with no gas, and the obvious place to go is to go scoop the gas giant. What else would you really do?
I would say that's not railroading. If they find themselves in a situation where there's really only one viable choice, then okay, then fair enough.
Not one viable choice, but like the most, they're a lot of my players are risk averse. So if I give them like the easiest way to go, they'll take that way. And they'll think it was their idea.
And that's actually the key to adventure writing, is give them an obvious path. Only some players, in my experience, when you say to them, you have been hired to do this thing in this atomic-powered yellow submarine, do it. Oh no, disaster's happened, and to avoid the problem, you have to go in the atomic-powered yellow submarine and fix the problem, and they still won't notice. Mm-hmm. There are players like that.
Yes.
And I don't know what to do, and they just wander around aimlessly. It's like, all you have to do is go in the submarine, go to the place you were paid to go to, and fix the problem. I'm not referring to any specific adventure. Mm-hmm. Yes, actually I am. And when we've playtested, that is exactly what happened. The 2 players who the adventure was focused on, all they had to do was what they originally were told they had to do. But they failed to notice and wandered off instead. And we're running around in circles going, oh no, we're all going to die, this is terrible. It's like, dude, just do the thing that the adventure told you to do. That happens. And it's fascinating watching players find entirely ass-backwards way of doing. Mm-hmm. But railroading, when you say to somebody, right, you're out of gas and you've only got this one option, that's a plot device, fair enough. A lot of railroading, you see adventures where it says things like, and then you decide to go to this planet. And then this happens, and then you have to play through that. Then hang on, why did they have to go to that planet? Right. That's railroading.
Yep.
And I hate that. I don't mind putting players in a situation where they've only really got one decent option.
Mm-hmm. They're out of supplies, and the closest village is the one you want them to go to.
And if they want to do something more difficult, that's what the rule book's for.
Oh yeah, sure.
We'll work it out.
Yep.
But yes, this is how you drive a plot without people really noticing. You just give them an obvious choice to solve their problem. Mm-hmm. But that's not the same thing as railroading. To me, railroading is when you literally write and then you throw down your weapons and surrender.
Right.
Which totally happened to me in a Moral Project game in 1984, and I'm not over it.
I would never trade my chocolate and gold bars for that.
Yeah.
I always thought it was funny that their trade kit was bars of chocolate and bars of gold and coffee.
And whiskey.
Yes, whiskey. Mm-hmm.
In the trade pack.
Yep.
Which they kept saying was 162-year-old whiskey, but it's not, because once it's bottled, it's not aging. sorry, whiskey fan pedantry there. But once you put it in the bottle, it's not aging in the barrel anymore. It doesn't get any better.
Interesting.
So that was a lie. The trade pack was a lie. And I'm not over that either.
The natives are not going to know.
No.
They can't even read.
No. But then they're not getting the whiskey either. Because, you know...
I'm not trading the whiskey. Don't you railroad my whiskey.
Well, no. I mean, come on. The world's ended. There's the atomic wasteland out there, but
Right.
I've got 12 bottles of scotch.
Right.
Well, the first thing I'm doing is reducing the number of bottles of scotch I have to carry. I played a lot of Moral Project.
It's a great game.
It was great. It was way ahead of its time because in its time, most of the adventures time were either dungeon crawls or they were like, it's a very railroady. The characters have to do this and then they do this and they do this. The Moral Project just went, here's the situation and here's what the people in the situation are going to do, and we drop a moral team in the middle of that and good luck.
Mm-hmm.
And you could pretty much just do whatever you wanted. There was a story that was developing around you and you'd get involved in it somewhere. But I really liked that, the fact that it was so open-ended. You had so many choices, and that's influenced my writing to this day.
Yeah, I liked it too. I like you just like your first game is you wake up in your vault and take it from there.
Yeah.
Do you help people? Do you become a robber baron? Do you take advantage of your situation? You know, what are you going to do? It's open.
Yeah. You know, you've what do you do? There's 4 of you. You've got all this modern equipment, and the world's gone to hell. You can do anything you want, but you were recruited to do a job. Are you actually going to try and do the job?
Yeah, no one's going to check up on you, or are they?
Yeah. I mean, I very much like Moral Project. Lone Star was one of the best adventures ever written.
Never played that one. I've only played Sword of Damocles.
Oh, Lone Star. You are trying to get to the LBJ Space Center because they've got satellite launch capability, and you could get a communication satellite up, and the bits of the project that have survived can talk to each other if you get the satellite up. But there's this absolute horde of barbarians destroying everything, and what's left of the US 7th Cavalry's fighting them, and there's a hurricane as well approaching. So the finale of the adventure is you're defending the last satellite against a horde of barbarians with the aid of the US Cavalry. And it's truly epic.
Yeah, sounds awesome.
It's one of the best stories I've ever seen in any game, especially the ending, which I'm not going to give you spoilers for, even though most people will never play it, because it is so epic. It's just incredible. Huge influence on stuff I've written. Well, I think it's probably one of the best adventures ever written.
So it sounds like you like all kinds of sci-fi. What other sci-fi games did you ever play? Gamma World or Shadowrun or Cyberpunk?
I own a copy of Gamma World. I think we played it a couple of times. And I have a copy of Earth Dawn for some reason that somebody gave me. But I don't recall really playing a lot of science fiction RPGs. I played Traveller, but for a long time, I used to write stuff. So everything I wrote, everything I wanted to play, I just wrote.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't buying the games that were out then, and I honestly don't really know what's out there now because I'm fully involved with Traveller.
Sure. So let's talk about the Fifth Frontier War.
Yeah, actually, can we digress slightly? Talk about Deep Night Revelation.
Absolutely.
So Deep Night Revelation was, I think, the second big Kickstarter. The first one was the Great Rift, Deep Space Exploration book. But Deep Night Revelation was interesting because essentially Matthew had one of the ideas. And what it came down to is it was a piece of art. He wanted this idea, which was a picture of what happens after the finale. And he more or less said, get me there. get me to that picture that I haven't told the art people to do yet, but I will. Get me to that picture. And I was more or less turned loose at this point. So we ended up with this huge Kickstarter, and a lot of people bought into it, and we got 6 extension books and all the rest of it. And we ended up with this 20-year campaign, travelling right across all the way out to the edge of the spiral arm and the rest of it, a confrontation with this ancient evil and all the rest of it. And really the whole thing was I was just given an endpoint and told, get me there and tell me an interesting story on the way. And it was pretty epic.
Without spoilers, can you give us like what it says on the jacket or something of that?
Well, essentially, there are precursor adventures. There's Deep Night Legacy and Deep Night Endeavour. Deep Night Endeavour, you're out in the Great Rift, and you find a derelict exploration ship, and there's survivors on board, but not behaving normally. And it was very much inspired by films like Event Horizon, which I watched again the other night, and it's still creepy as hell.
Yeah. I like Pandorum as well.
Sorry?
Pandorum as well.
Oh, yes.
Space madness.
It's that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Big derelict spaceship, and its fuel tanks have been blown up, apparently by the crew in deep space. Why would they do that? And as you explore the ship, you find out there's different factions on board the ship, and there's also something. There's something that they found, and it wants to get to the inhabited star system. And then there's Deep Night Legacy, where it turns out it sort of did. And there's clues that the ancients actually sent a mission to this place where they know this thing came from. Nobody knows what happened to the ancients. Nobody knows what happened to the mission they sent. And the Imperium sends this Deep Night Revelation, which is a converted military cruiser. And she basically takes this 20-year voyage to get to this point to find out what is there and what is so dangerous about it. And so you travel immense distances and encounter all kinds of, the usual strange new worlds, very peculiar people. And eventually you get there and you find out just how serious this threat is. And, well, you're going to have to deal with it, aren't you? With what you've got on you. Whatever resources you've got available, whatever's left of your ship after this long voyage, yeah, that's what you've got. And it's basically Travelers versus the God.
I like it.
It was good fun to write. And the final scene, I think, is worthy of a movie. Final confrontation, I think it would make a good movie.
It sounds like you like to write your things kind of cinematically.
Yes, yes, I'm a storyteller, and what I want to do is give the players a story to take part in. I'm not going to tell them the whole story, but I'm going to give them a plot, and what they choose to do with that's their business. And there's various endings to that revelation, one of which ends with Matthew's vision. There are other things that could happen, because at the end of the day, the Travelers, they might fail, or they might make a different choice. But if they make the choices that we thought they would, the ending is heroic, tragic, and intriguing. Because again, what happens next?
Matthew said on well, before we move on, are those going to be? Did you say that's going to be a 3-part series, or is that just 2 parts? The Deep Night's campaign.
Which one? Deep Night Revelation.
Yeah.
The original box set is essentially a rule book for how to run the mission, and there's an adventure at the beginning, and there's the end adventure, and a sort of loose chart of what happens in between.
I see.
And it's up to you.
Gotcha.
But because it was a Kickstarter, we were able to produce 6 supplementary volumes.
Oh.
So there are 5 distinct regions that you pass through, and every one of them is different. Every one of them's got new threats. And then there's a sixth book, which is incidents that could be dropped in anywhere. And along the way, you encounter the story of the Ancients mission came before you, and how they made some terrible mistakes, and how they were kind of egotistical jerks, actually. There's a point where they encountered a frozen star. So naturally, they landed on it and built statues to themselves, because wouldn't you do that if you were the Ancients? And I like to think that there's an insight there in the way the Ancients thought, just how arrogant they were. You know, they wielded tremendous power, and they were quite prepared to use it to build statues of themselves.
Nice.
I think along the way, there's a familiarity with some of the characters among the Ancients crew. So it's an idea. It's a bit, I suppose, environmental storytelling. You don't meet them; they're long dead. Right. But you find little bits and pieces along the way that they're left behind.
Sure.
And you sort of come to know some of the people who are on that ship. And then, of course, when you get to the end, you realise they tried and failed. They were the Ancients. They wielded powers we can't imagine, and they failed. And now we have to stop this thing.
And how are we going to do it? Is it possible?
Yes.
Okay.
There are a number of ways that you go about it. And one of the rules of my Traveller universe is, tell me a good story, and you might well succeed. If the players are clever and inventive and brave, then the referee's encouraged to let them try. There is a scripted way to do it, which is pretty epic. But if they come up with something else, that's fine. Because at the end of the day, we've given the players a story to take part in. But what happens, well, that's up to them.
Gotcha. All right. Is there what titles came after that you are more interested in?
After Deep Night Revelation, the next big Kickstarter was Mercenary, which is very crunchy and rules heavy. Because I actually worked in the defence industry for a while, so I was asked to do Mercenary as it should have been. There's an earlier version it's all right, but it doesn't really reflect the realities of mercenary work.
Mm-hmm.
I was once invited to be a mercenary in Egypt. I actually had a job offer to go and be a mercenary in Egypt. Thereby hangs a tale that I won't get into right now. But I do know about these. And mercenary was it was an attempt to sort of do the sort of hammers slammers thing in Traveller.
Right.
And there's a lot of rules for running a mercenary company and resolving battles and stuff. It's very crunchy and rules heavy. There's not much story to it because it's not that kind of supplement. But it's, if you're a weapons nut, it's great. If not, well, it's more like a sort of backdrop. Because one of the things we actually said about the mercenary campaign is you don't have to write stories about soldiers. You could run, like, I'm a big fan of MASH. I grew up watching MASH.
Love MASH.
You could do a Traveller campaign that's set in a mercenary surgical hospital. And there's all manner of stories you could tell there. Or a logistics unit. It doesn't really do any fighting, but they get caught up in all the mess that goes on in planetary wars. So many stories you can tell against the backdrop of war. It doesn't have to be soldiers fighting things.
Right. I always appreciated it, and such a good show. It didn't glorify war at all. It showed the hardship of war and the heartbreak of war, and while at the same time being humorous somehow.
You can tell which episodes Alan Alda directed because the other ones are funny. His ones are always really poignant and sad. And it's like, yeah, I know what the end credits will say on this one. But it was a great show, and I acquired my sense of humour from MASH. That's possibly not a good thing.
Let's see. What do you think of? Who did you hate more, Frank Burns or Charles Emerson Winchester?
Now you're asking the difficult questions. I have no empathy whatsoever for Frank Burns. He was he was one of them. Whereas Charles Emerson Winchester, trying to reconcile what he was with this place he was, I felt for him. He was really annoying, but you could see where he's coming from.
Right.
Where Frank Burns was just petty.
Yep. Yeah. Good point. Yep.
There we go. Answering the big questions.
There you go. Winchester was always trying to maintain some civilization within the chaos of and some culture within the chaos of what's going on.
Relate.
Yeah, and being frustrated.
I really can relate to that. Just trying to cling to these little shreds of civilization. And he got so upset when something beautiful got broken. I can relate.
Yep.
He was annoying as hell, man.
Oh, totally. But yeah, no, Frank Burns is on a whole other level worse. Because, like you say, petty, and...
I remember that scene where he's barking orders about how the canteen's supposed to be laid out. Applesauce. And it's just like, you petty little man. But, I've worked with people like that.
Right.
And that's why I don't have a proper job anymore.
All right, so after Mercenary, then what did we do?
There were various source books. We reworked the Spinward Marches book and the Neb book, New Behind the Claw, which is totally rewritten. And we did that for a few other places. Trailing Frontier, which is Gateway Sector. And that place is really interesting because most of it's outside the Imperium. There's all these little powers, and there's so many opportunities for 5 people in a spaceship to make a difference. We did some stuff in the Soleimani region, and the really interesting bit, the Rim Expeditions books, because what is Rimwood of the Soleimani? Nobody's ever answered this question, and we were able to sort of investigate this area, and there's some really interesting things out there, and there's some quite scary things. Stuff that's in the book. Read it again. When the penny drops, let me know. Because, yes, there are some big problems waiting to happen out there. And the Imperium doesn't know anything about it because it's on the far side of the Soleimani. And we dropped some hints in that book, and then just leaving them for now. But at some point we'll revisit that. And it's so lonely there. You've got these little enclaves where the Soleimani have built a base and expanded to a few of the worlds. And then there's just nothing. There's just nothing for hundreds of parsecs. And you're out there exploring, and there's just you in this little ship. And rescue is a year away. And it's so claustrophobic and so lonely. And I was inspired, well, of course, The Martian. One of the best films ever made. But there's another film called Europa, about a mission to Europa. And it's gone a bit wrong, but they've managed to get there, and some of the crew are dead, and they've landed on the surface of Europa, and they are years out from Earth. And it's one of the most claustrophobic and terrifying films.
Yeah, I've seen that one. It's good.
Watch. And I was sort of inspired by that idea that, there's nothing out here but you. Unless there is something.
And if so, what is it? So, do you have, did you come up with some new aliens and
Yes.
new civilizations?
There's a couple. There's the Ramak, who are a starfaring civilization, who for some reason are absolutely obsessed by fruit. They just love Terran fruit. Nobody knows why, they just really like it. And there's little enclaves of Soleimani who launched colonial expeditions in the Ramshackle Empire. They've sort of developed these civilizations out. And then there's something called the Hordes, which are like crystalline creatures that just sort of grow and get bigger, and bits come off them and they spread. And nobody knows anything about them except that they leach nutrients out of worlds they land on. So if fragments of a piece of the Horde gets on a planet, within a few years the world will be dead. and nobody knows how, and nobody even knows about them. And so, who are these things? Are they sentient? Some people say that they've got an intelligence. What is going on here? And we sort of chucked that out. There's a couple of areas of space that people have really tried hard to get to, and the big question is why? We don't, as far as we know, there isn't anything there. So why is everybody? The Hivers have tried to get there. The Solomani have tried to get there. What's going on out there? It's so important. But the main feature of that set of books is just the sheer loneliness. You're so far out. There's no help. And there are people out here, but can you trust them? Because they might be as desperate as you.
All right, sounds like a great source book. It's got 160 pages, pretty generous amount.
Yeah, the thing is, I could have filled. We were able to only skim the surface, and I hope to review because it is, to me, that's old school hard science fiction. You're right out on the rim. You're exploring the total unknown. You just have no idea what's in the next star system, and that's fascinating and terrifying.
Did you plant surprises around in all of the different source book expansions like those territories, different territory subsectors and stuff?
There are two things that I do, and one of them is I leave hooks. Things that we hope we can come back and explore this. So there's little sort of hints of this and that, and you can do what you like with it. But it might be that at some point in the future we write an official supplement. And there's the odd throwaway line. And there's the odd sneaky reference to something which, if you know your classic science, you might realise what we're alluding to here. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there there are hints for the referee. Think, you want to run with this? You know, I'd be interested to see how you interpret this.
Right. Cool. All right. So what do we have after that? Does it catch us up to this year?
I think this gets us to Fifth Frontier War, more or less, because one of the things that keeps happening is Matthew says, "Oh, actually, can you just do this?" And there's an endless sequence of "can you justs." Mm-hmm. So things get interrupted, but the Fifth Frontier was something that Matthew and I talked about probably over a decade ago. It needs to be done properly. One of the problems is we've inherited information, and that information comes from a game that was designed to be balanced. Well, nobody launches a military campaign that's balanced. You don't say, they've got this many ships, we'll send that many. So we had to rewrite it so it made sense from a military point. Like I said, I used to work in the defence industry, so I know about these things. And it had to make sense from a military point of view, but it also had to kind of fit the storyline. Only we talked to Mark, who said, do what you like. And the three of us had a conference where we talked about some of the things we do. What we agreed was, we don't know how the Fifth Frontier War ends. We have a script up to early 2010. Sorry, 1110. We have a script. This happens, this happens, this happens. But there's a point where we don't know how the war ends. At this point, we don't know. The actions of the Travellers and the way the different stories play out in the different adventures will actually influence what the ending is in your campaign. And that can go anywhere from total Zodani victory, total Imperial victory, some other thing in between. And there are some secrets, which I can't discuss at this point, but there are some secrets that may well come out during the adventures. There are already hints in the one I'm writing right now about the way people think and what they're trying to do and what they're hoping to achieve. And the ending, well, it'll surprise me. And I'm writing it.
Matthew said, however it ends up is going to be canon. however it ends up in your game will be canon.
Yes, and there's a lot more to that statement than meets the eye. But yes, how it ends up in your game is canon for your game. But also, there were some other things discussed between Matthew, Mark, and I about the future of the Traveller line. It comes out of the Frontier War. And there are reasons why we've done certain things, and there are hints in there of what might happen next. But there is a plan beyond because they're not content with giving me 4 or 5 years of work to do. They also they have a plan beyond that. They have a plan beyond that. I apparently have some part in it as well. But yeah, we have a plan. We're doing something quite big here. Bigger than the Fifth Frontier War. If that's not big enough for you.
So how do you go about putting together a supplement like Fifth Frontier War? And what kind of information should people expect to find in there? Like, what did you cover?
The thing is, the principles of a military operation are the same throughout all of history. So you have industrial capability, objectives, politics, logistics, and actual fighting capability. And what I did was I applied that, and I created a plan for the Zordani, and I created a plan for the Imperials, and I looked at how the two would interact. And I tried to look at it from the point of view of, I am a military historian, I'm writing a history of this war. I just happen to be making it up as I go. So I applied all these principles logically to what would happen with a certain amount of dice rolling. So yeah, this could go either way. We'll roll some dice and see what happens. Oh dear, that didn't go according to plan. And I would factor that in. And having done all of this, there is a script for the first few years of the war, based on what I believe would logically happen. Not just because of the firepower. It's very easy to say, well, why didn't the Imperium just send 100 dreadnoughts? But I know why they couldn't. Because I know what happens in the real world with politics and all the rest of it. And so I basically approached the Fifth Frontier War from the point of view of, if I was writing a sensible military history for the mainstream audience of a war, what would I be saying here? And along the way, I tried to incorporate the existing narrative. There are a few changes, but it's basically the same sort of thing. Point. But I went about it the way only I could. I applied real-world principles to a made-up scenario and just extrapolated.
Well, that was going to be my next question was like, okay, did you work at it from the front end, or did you work at it as a historian from the back end, or did you flip back and forth?
What I did was I made a premise for what the Zordani did and what they were trying to do. And there are things I know that maybe others don't about what they're really trying to achieve. I know what their end goal is. Very few people do actually know exactly what their end goals are, though you can figure it out if materials. And I looked at what the Imperials would do. And I basically said, if I was a Zordani and I wanted to achieve this, what would I do? Well, I would do this. And if I was the Imperials, beset by all these internal politics and all these problems, what would I be doing? I'd do this. And then I just smashed them together based on what I know about real-world warfare. And a bit of dice rolling, and said, did that work? Did the operation work? Did that one work? Did this one work? No, that one didn't. Well, how does this affect that one? And I just extrapolated from that starting point. And I literally had no plan when I worked through it. I was just, saying, well, would this work? Would that fleet succeed there? And I tried to create a narrative make sense with the parameters that we know about, and with what the goals of the two sides were. So basically, I went in with no expectations. I just created a setting and said what would happen. And what's written in the Fifth Frontier War book is what I believe would have happened given that plan with those assets. What I will say is that there are surprises to come, and we've just discussed with Mark, and we've agreed that we're going to have to deviate from the known storyline. So there are some things going to happen that are going to surprise people, and there are some things that happen that enlighten people if you're looking closely enough why some things happen. But yeah, this is the big one. This is, I think, the biggest Traveller project there's ever been, and it's going to be worthy.
Did you guys come up with like what to write next?
Well, what usually happens is that I get an email from Matthew saying, actually, I've had an idea. Can you just do this? So in the middle of this, I'm supposed to be doing the Frontier War pretty much exclusively. He suddenly decided, when we expanded the borderline, well, let's expand it some more. So I've just finished an expanded expansion of which is an area in Pax Rillen. No, it isn't. It's Rimwood of Pax Rillen subsector. It's in Trojan Reach subsector. And it sort of overlaps a couple of other areas. And it's quite an interesting area in its own right. But this is one of the things that happens quite a lot, is that Matthew has an idea. And what then usually happens is he tells me about the idea and then I run with it. The end result is not what either of us expected. That's just happened with the Borderland. I didn't think it was going to be quite such a radical rewrite. But that's what happens. We have these great ideas and the great stories we tell them.
And do you have to spend time reconciling them against established lore or maybe grumpy grognards or?
Oh hell yes. One of the problems is that traditionally travel has been written from the point of view of pick a world, write a thing about it, write some library data, and you can sort of extrapolate the background from that. Now I did the very first ever top-down supplement where I took a whole area and actually worked the big picture down to the smaller stuff. And when you do that, you start to realise that some of the stuff that's canon isn't all that plausible. And then you have to reconcile that. But that's my problem. And that's why I want to run off and as a wild man sometimes. Because you sometimes have 3 different versions of canon for the same area. And that can be a problem.
You just try your best to smush it together in an agreeable manner and just go from there?
Mostly, you can find a middle path. Or you can say, well, this is what's popularly believed, but it's not actually reality.
Mm.
You can do that up to a point.
I see. Everything you've heard up till now is rumors.
Yes. Well, that's imperial propaganda, that is.
Exactly.
That's not actually how it is. This is the reality. If you were to go there, this is what you experience. Occasionally, we do have to say, Mark, can you make a call on this place? Because there's 2 totally contradictory versions from different eras, some in the 80s, some in the 90s, and they just don't match. Can we find a way to make this work? Mostly I thread my way through the complexities without I was going to say without too much difficulty, but that's not what I mean. Without too much difficulty for anybody else. Me, I want to live in the woods as a wild man sometimes, but you can usually figure out a way to reconcile it all. And if we can't, well, that's what Mark's there for.
Right. So what do you got coming out? Anything soon, or what should we be looking out for between now and next May Day?
Right then. So, in wider news, I have a book about the weapons of the Ukraine conflict, and I have some interviews about what is likely to happen there. That's on British Forces News, I think. I've got a book about the Celtic people, and as far as Traveller goes, I've got a lot of Fifth Frontier War stuff. I've got the expanded Borderland book, which has got some new interesting stuff in it. And also I have whatever Matthew decides will be happening next. There's a few little bits and pieces he's doing that are sort of lead-ins for stuff that I probably can't tell you about just yet. But future projects where I've done a little development on it, and that should be appearing in the next few months.
All right, cool. And are you on the socials? Can people follow you somewhere?
I have a Facebook page, and I have a website. Generally speaking, I tend to stay off the Traveller forum. I have my reasons. But if anybody contacts me direct, I'm usually willing to update them. I'll help people out, I'll answer questions. As long as they're polite about it, then I have no problem with that. But I try to stay off the main Traveller forums as much as possible.
I hear you. Is your Facebook page like an author page?
It's just my private page, Martin J. Dougherty.
Okay.
I'm not hard to find. I'm quite active in a bunch of areas.
I think I saw some of your posts around on the main Facebook Traveller groups.
I do sometimes. Yes, I am on Traveller post there, and I used to be quite active on the Mongoose forums, but not so much these days. But say, if you find my website, send me a message. I will usually reply if I have time.
Cool, awesome.
I try to be accommodating if I can.
That's great. And yes, it's true. He answers his mails. He's answered all of mine. Let's see. All right. So where can people get hold of your publications? Are you available on Mongoose and Drive-Thru and other places?
Well, yes. I mean, the Traveller stuff, obviously, Mongoose and Drive-Thru. I've got some privately published stuff on Drive-Thru. There's little supplements I did as Avenger Enterprises. And if people buy that, I get the royalty. So please do.
All right.
Because I like the mainstream Mongoose stuff you can get from Drive-Thru as well, or you can get direct from Mongoose.
Right. All right. Cool. Alrighty then. Let's see. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Well, I mean, if I can talk about anything.
You can talk about anything.
I really like swords.
Swords?
I am currently the president of the British Federation of Historical Swordplay. And we play sword fights, and it's awesome. I just thought I'd put that out. That's the thing that we do. So, if you have an interest in swords, let's talk.
Awesome. Swords are cool. I just sadly sold my épée and my Schlager, and I didn't have anybody to fence with, so...
I find that really sad.
It's so sad. My friends were all into SCA fencing, and I wanted to be too, and then when I finally got the money to put a kit together and stuff, I went through Zen Warrior Armory and got their like fencing starter kit, and by that time my friends had all moved away and don't really fence, and yeah.
SCA is not really a big thing in Britain. But we do have quite a healthy historical fencing. We've got a big event coming up in a couple of weeks, and another event not long after that. We've got a lot of historical fencing. Not the same thing as CA.
Right.
So, there's a sort of living in the period that goes with SCA that we don't do. We're just fencers.
Gotcha.
But I've seen things, and I know about the SCA from the back pages of old RuneQuest books where they talk about this, and it's always fascinating. It sounds absolutely awesome. Never got the chance to do any of it.
Yeah, you would. It's not collegiate fencing. It's swashbuckling.
I also taught modern fencing for 20 odd years, and competed to.
That's funny. A lot of Traveller people, were into science fiction, but also anachronisms, like old.
It's funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird. I guess we're anachronisms both directions.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we're just not happy being here now. In the past, that's okay. In the future, that's okay. But right now, kind of sucks.
If only I could be someone else. Someone else.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, it looks like we've come to the end of our little interview here for Mayday. Martin, thank you so much for joining us for this Mayday interview. I appreciate your participation, and I hope you'll come back again next year.
I certainly hope so.
Fantastic.
I hope some of what I said's useful or interesting.
I found it very interesting.
Boring.
I'm sure everybody else will too. Great. It's nice to have you here for the first time, and sorry it took so long to get you on here. We've come to the end of our Mayday interview with Mr. Martin Dougherty, and until next time, my friends, happy traveling. Don't fly solo through the galaxy. Click like to join our alliance. Subscribe for your crew pass, and enable notifications to never miss an encounter. This journey is fueled by my patrons. Thank you, patrons. Feel the thrill of discovery. Become a patron and join the adventure. Welcome to the 2024 Traveller Mayday Mayday event. I'm your host, Frank Sucardi from Cyborg Prime Games. In the studio with me, my guest, Mr. Matthew Sprange of Mongoose Publishing. Welcome, Matthew.
Hi there. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming. I super appreciate your support for this event. It means a lot to me, so thank you for returning. You must be very, very busy as the CEO. What's your title there? President?
Managing Director.
Managing Director. So why don't you give us a little overview of who you are and what you do for folks who are joining us for the first time?
Yeah. Well, I'm the Managing Director of Mongoose Publishing, publishers of the Traveller RPG. We've been running with Traveller for many, many years now. And my job is basically running the company and making sure products come out and that they're good.
All right, cool. Well, I think you're doing a good job at that myself. So you have my seal of approval for what it's worth. So why don't you give us a little history about how you got into gaming and how you eventually became the owner of Mongoose?
Oh, well, I started very, very young in primary school with the solo game books of the day. You could argue that I started even earlier. That when I went to, I was taken to see Star Wars when I was like 4 years old, and that kind of like burned in my brain, and I've never been quite the same since. And once you link up Star Wars with gaming, that's a road you don't walk back down from. Started with the solo game books. Started RPGs with Redbox Basic D&D, and from there moved to Judge Dredd. Traveller was the third game started playing, and that took up most of my teenage years. Got into the Warhammer and miniatures gaming as well. And at some point in my mid to late 20s, I thought, hello, wouldn't it be fun if we started a games company? So we did, and here I am.
Fantastic. Was it super difficult to start your own games company, or did you just kind of naturally click into it? I mean, had you run businesses before?
No, not at all. I had a business partner. He came from what was back then 3G phones. I'd been working as a field engineer in IT. Neither of us knew anything about publishing. I'd done some writing, a little bit, tiny bit of freelance writing for Games Workshop. Mm-hmm. But we figured, two guys in their mid-20s, how hard can it be kind of attitude. And we just hit every problem head on like a bullet at a gate, and somehow managed to survive getting through them.
When you sat down to do your business plan, I mean, because starting a games company isn't something that banks see every day. Were there any special hurdles or strangeness there? Do people go out like, what is this? Can you explain this better to us?
No, The benefit we had is we started Mongoose on an absolute shoestring. I think the figure was £8,000 that my business partner Alex and I managed to string together from our jobs. And we figured with that we could release one product a month for 3 months without any gaps and without any income at all. The idea being that if any distributors were funny about payment, because we didn't know the industry at all, then we could at least survive. So no, we didn't need to borrow any cash at all.
Oh, wow, fantastic. Self-funding is a pretty awesome way. I put myself through school. I never had to take a loan, and it just gave me a lot of freedom. So,
Yes.
Yeah, cool. So how did you, so back in the early days, you started out doing like D&D modules, is that right?
The very first products we released were the Slayer's Guides, released under the D20 logo license and OGL. Because we were late to the D20 party. It had already been going for nearly a year before we got involved. And I drew up a big list of every company that had either released a D20 product or had announced one, and there was over 100. And because we were self-funded, we didn't have a lot of money going around, so we had to do the same thing that everybody else was doing, which was a 32-page softback book. And our original plan was to do what everyone else had done and was release 3 adventures that way. But I was sitting in the pub one evening and I thought, hello, why are we doing exactly the same thing as everybody else? How the hell would we stand out that way?
Right, especially as a newcomer to the group, right?
Exactly. Nobody knew us from Adam. We hadn't had any background in the industry or the market. We were locked into the format because we could only afford the 32-page books. And I remembered the ecology articles of the old Dragon magazine, and I thought, I think I could expand the concept of those articles to 32 pages.
Oh, I see.
So you pick one monster, go through its physiology, its psychology, the habitats. You have a layer at the back of it, so it includes a mini adventure in there, and you talk about the characters and how they interact with their own magic systems and what have you. And you've got a completely new product. That immediately got people's attentions, and because we had set things up so we were had one new release every single month, people, the distributors and retailers saw we were a serious outfit, whatever our actual background was. And because we were doing something different, they put our books on their shelves. The next series we released were the Encyclopedia Arcanes, which was a similar idea, but we got up to 64-page softbacks. And each one of those introduced a new magic system, like demonology and necromancy and what have you. But about 6-7 months after we started, we released the quintessential books, 128-page softbacks, which were focused purely on one class, 4 players. So the quintessential fighter was the first one we released. And that hit the market like an absolute bullet. Because we were releasing one book a line per series by that time, there was a constant movement of new quintessential books coming out, so we managed to cover all the classes, all the races, and I can't tell you, they were being bought in lumps. At one point, in what would this have been, early 2002, we were selling one book every 30 seconds.
Wow.
It was just incredible. I mean, we were working in our own bedrooms to begin with, but that got us into a proper office. And the quintessentials, we did one book a month for 3 years.
Wow.
On that.
Yeah, it seems like plenty of material to go through.
Oh yeah.
Right. Sorry, I misunderstood that they were when you said 32-page adventure format. I thought you were doing adventures, but you were doing source books.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. I can't remember when we did our first adventure. It might have been like 2 or 3 years into the company.
No. Okay. So, how did that eventually lead you to purchasing or getting involved with the Traveller license and also the Paranoia license as well? I guess you did them both at the same time.
It was very close together. I mean, we'd already started mucking around with licenses fairly early on. The first one was Judge Dredd, and we started talking about doing that within like the first 6 months of the company starting. And we were mulling around what properties to try and license, and one of us mentioned Judge Dredd, wondered who owned Judge Dredd, and it turns out the owner was a company called Rebellion, a video games company, and they were just like 20 miles up the road from us. Oh. So we rocked up there, spoke to the owner. Turns out he was an old role player who was really into Tunnels and Trolls, and in fact Rebellion's recently bought Tunnels and Trolls. Oh. And so, yeah, he was all over it. So we got that license. On the strength of that, we managed to talk to Warner Brothers and got the Babylon 5 license. But our golden rule has always been, we're not looking for the games that we know will sell and make us billions of pounds, because that's really not going to happen anyway. We want to produce the games we actually want to play. Well, I've been playing Traveller and Paranoia since I was like 12 years old. As Mark Miller is so happy for me to remind him. Yeah, I mean, that was just a case of finding out who were the current owners of those properties were, and literally giving them a phone call saying, hey, this is us, we can do this, we love your games, please give us a license.
Cool. How did you go from like fantasy to sci-fi? Were you always just interested in sci-fi, and you were doing the D20 fantasy stuff for commercial reasons, or were you playing that stuff at the time and then you were like, well, I really like sci-fi more, so let's go do this thing?
No, I fantasy and sci-fi, love them both all the time, always, and that goes for games, fiction, video games, films, the whole lot. Mm-hmm. I'm quite happy to watch Lord of the Rings and immediately go into Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of crossover between those two markets, I guess you'd say. Which is, I don't know, kind of weird, but also not weird, because, you know, the stories seem the same, not the same, but stories that you could tell in sci-fi space opera are very similar to the stories that you could tell in a fantasy game. They're just sci-fi-ified.
I always thought that all science fiction is rooted some way in the real world. Fantasy can be, but it doesn't have to be.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, because like D&D's, you know, it's based in like a medieval style, but there was never a medieval time where people were running around doing magic, right? So, but everybody has the group image of what the world looks like in their mind. So,
oh yeah,
yeah. So, so you got the Paranoia license and the Traveller license, and then did you immediately start producing, or did you have to take some time to like figure out, you know, what how you're going to proceed, or did you already have ideas in the idea hopper?
You have ideas knocking around, but to go from yes, we've got the license to a fully released product, no, you do have to take a step back and think, right, how are we going to do this? What did we like about the old editions? How has game design moved on? And try to ignore the fads.
Right. Okay. So, in the early days of why did you choose the name Mongoose?
We had an A4 sheet of paper this was in the pub. My business partner and I, we just wrote down loads and loads of ideas. At one point we were going to call ourselves Cosmic Mongoose, but no, we picked Mongoose in the end. And the idea was we should probably base it around an animal, because we could have like a cute icon logo for the company based around the animal. And in 23 years, we have never done that. So really ought to get around to
it. That's funny. Oh well, stuff happens like that, you know.
Yeah.
So, all right. How were the early days of Mongoose? Were you pleased with was first edition Traveller, first edition Mongoose Traveller? Was that the first Traveller, the first of the Traveller line that you were doing?
It was, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been rooted in classic Traveller as a teenager, so it made a lot of sense to me. Bearing in mind that we want to produce the games that we want to play ourselves, so it was just a very natural thing to start our editions of Traveller in the same mould or a similar mould, but updated for a more modern audience. So that's why you get the unified task system, the expanded life path with the events built into it, etc.
Mm-hmm. Were boons and banes in the first edition, or were those added in second?
That was second edition.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So after you produced your Mongoose first edition, how long was it until you came out with second, and what prompted you to do that?
This is the bane of a game designer. When do you start working on the next edition? Well, probably in a way the day after you release the previous one, because there's always sometimes you have to kind of stop yourself designing, and there's the old the saying that a movie is you don't finish making a movie, it gets abandoned. And it's a similar thing with game design as well, because you could just keep on tweaking forever until everything feels right, and it won't, because you always come up with new ideas. So you start drawing up a big list of cool things that you might want to put into a new edition. Mm-hmm.
And then when it just gets to a certain, like, you go a certain breaking point or whatever, you're like, okay, this is enough for a book, or how do you?
It could be anything. For the first release of the second edition, we wanted to update all the artwork because we'd followed very closely the format of the first of the classic Traveller books. Mm-hmm. So black and white interiors, line art, etc., which was fine, and it was the right choice to do for the first release of Traveller, but it was part of our plan to drag Traveller kicking and screaming into the 21st century by doing a full colour book. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to do a full colour book, well, you may as well take a look at the text. And if you're going to do that, then it's probably time to make some changes and tweaks. And second edition is more of an evolution to the extent that you can more or less take a first edition adventure and run it through second edition with any changes you can do on the fly. Mm-hmm. But we did the Core Rulebook Update 2022 to keep things fresh. The main impetus for that wasn't rules-based at all. We'd got some new graphic designers in the office, and they've been doing some great work on Traveller supplements. And they say, look, we really need to look at the core rule book. It was fine back then, but we're so much better now. We can make this really, really pretty book. And it just so happens the end of that particular print run was in sight. So great, let's do this update idea. Let's take a look at a few rules, bits and pieces while we're at it, incorporate errata and put a couple of new bits and bobs that we've been thinking about in it. And that, I think, for the foreseeable future is going to be the pattern of it, rather than releasing a new edition, releasing these updates to the core books, hopefully forever. The challenge is always going to be keeping them compatible, so any version of those rulebooks can be used at the table, which at the moment, with the things we're looking at in the future, I think is going to be possible. I do suspect many years in the future, we might have a ship of Theseus problem, whereby we've changed all the components, and so the book we've just released actually isn't the same as the first, second edition. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Right. Well, I think you've done a good job of staying backwards compatible, because recently I started a new Mongoose Traveller game with some friends, and I was going through my old stuff. I was like, Death Station. And so I pulled out my old Death Station and ran it, and it hardly needed any kind of changing at all.
Nah.
So, the new system is pretty, you maintain that spirit of classic, and I think brought it forward and modernized it really successfully. So kudos to you for that. So let's see. Let's talk about what you've been up to since last time we met. You had you were talking about Pioneer and some other things that were on the horizon. You want to talk about any of those things?
Oh yeah, I mean as is the way of things, a lot of stuff is still on the horizon, although we are getting a bit closer to the horizon. So Pioneer's in the final stages of development. I think it's going to be early 2025 when it comes out. We're just starting to look at the layout format, because it's going to have its own crisp look. It won't look like other Traveller books.
It's going to have its own branding, is that? And
yes, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's any Traveller player is going to get to grips with it immediately, but it's its own core rule book. It's its own game.
Gotcha.
Just happens to use core Traveller rules. The other one, it was the Fifth Frontier War, which I think for 4 or 5 years now we've been saying it's coming out next year. But I can finally say that as we record this, it's coming out tomorrow.
Oh.
So we do get there in the end.
Fantastic. All right. And that will be available at your site and also on drive-thru?
It will indeed, yes.
Fantastic. Let's talk about some of the features of that. What should people expect from that?
The entire war. The book we're releasing tomorrow, it's called The Fifth Frontier War, is kind of like a grand overview of how the war started and why, what things are going on where, and how it is going to more or less progress. However, Fifth Frontier War is kind of its own mini subline. You're going to see that it's branded slightly differently to the mainstream of Traveller books. And we expect to be publishing it for at least 2 or 3 years, probably 3 or 4 years. It's going to be a roughly 50-50 mix of source books. Example, the first one we've got coming out after this is War Fleets of the Fifth Frontier War, looking at the ships of both Zodani and the Imperial Navy. But more than a ship's book, I mean, each ship is one complete chapter, so we're really diving into it. So about half the books will be source books looking at specific theatres or armies or whatever. And half of them are going to be adventure stroke campaign books. And the idea is you will be able to create, it's probably going to end up 3 or 4 different groups of characters. So you can bring your regular group of independent traders into it. You can have a group of people who are working for Imperial Intelligence or the Imperial Military, another lot on the Zodani side, and we've got some ideas to do something similar with the Sword Worlds. But you'll be able to, through those groups, play through the entire Fifth Frontier War, see things from all perspectives, massively influence key events in the war, and pretty much end up deciding how the war ends. And we're going to make a promise that whatever ending you get to on your table will be canon.
Okay. Because of how the rules are written, or? Because of is this an alternate timeline? Like, how do you fit in like historical things into canon, or do you get a lot of pushback, or do you just tack it on to the end, or like, how do you do it?
We've had long talks with Mr. Miller about this, and people have latched on to the idea that if it's in print, it's canon.
Okay.
That has never been strictly true, it's kind of been more leaning more towards if it's printed, it's canon, unless Mr. Miller says otherwise, which people can get on board with. So the way it works these days, if it's written, it's canon, unless somebody comes up with a better idea. It doesn't mean we're going to go stomping through decades of previously written Traveller history, but we're not going to be bound by every little concept that was created way back then anyway, because there are some that were not brilliant, others that were simply problematic. Some things we do, there will be people that will say, oh, I wouldn't have done that. And there's going to be other things that people simply won't notice. For example, we were working on the Aliens of Charted Space books, which were designed to get the major aliens into the game so people could play them, could adventure against them, and so forth. Not necessarily having a deep dive, but basically getting all the rules in place. When we got to the drawing, you have this idea that you've got the different casts of drawing, and that's great. And it says that most drawing travellers are sports. They're the ones that have got the mindset to go out into the wider universe. And in the original material, it says all drawings male. And go, okay, call it Mr. Miller. Hey, Mark, he's drawing. It says only males go out. And he goes, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, I think drawing are equal opportunities. We can have that. So male and female drawing can be sports now, which is a change to canon.
Sure, okay.
But I think we can agree that that's one we can all live with.
Yeah, I don't see a problem. I can see how a lot of people, what do I want to say? They put a lot of importance into something, and it may not really matter. Changing it a little bit, it doesn't really change. Having female drawing also as sports, what does that really change? Right?
Exactly.
Nothing.
I mean, if
really,
we'd gone to the Aslan and decided, we don't like the idea that the female Aslan
that it's a matriarchy or something,
great warlords. Yeah, that would be a step too far. There are sacred cows in the canon that we won't take, but the way we were looking at that side of things. Okay, this is a bit of a secret. Travellers is a boys' game, always was, always will be, except it isn't. I mean, right from the very start, Mark had female gamers in mind. But the change we made, especially with second edition, is that we started featuring more women in the artwork, in the and on the front covers. We had women either commissioning or directing the art for all of those. So in a stroke, we kill the male gaze, so you don't have some women draped over, 20s draped over a spaceship or anything. You cut all that out. And the thing we noticed relatively quickly afterwards, more women are playing Traveller now.
Yes.
I mean, who would have thought?
I've noticed that too in my analytics on my YouTube channels and my all my different Traveller groups on Facebook. They started out like 99% male, and now they're down to like 98 or 97. So there is movement in that direction.
There is movement, and it is, when you think about it. I mean, it's. If you think about the way Traveller was in the 80s, where you sit down with your little calculator and you make all your ships and generate all the trade routes and what have you. And it's very easy to think, well, that's not the kind of thing that a woman's going to be into. I mean, they're wrong, but in general, you can see that mindset.
It might have also been that, we were nerds and couldn't get girls to come over.
But Traveller is the easiest sell. I mean, if you say to a group, a mixed group of men and women, you might want to try Traveller. Have you watched Firefly? It's the easiest sell in the world.
Yeah. I always wondered, like, why was there such a disparity? Because in my group of friends, I have female friends that dress up like Klingons and go to Star Trek openings. Why aren't they playing? And yes, they are interested in Traveller, but they didn't know about it. But once I introduced it, they were like, yeah, hey, that sounds fun. And they might play a scientist, or they're not always into the male roles of I want to be a Marine, although there are female Marines, and that's fine. But they tend to be more scientists, or more, what I want to say, thoughtful characters instead of brutes. But then there's also men who have female characters in the game. So I mean, you can't just have everybody in the universe is a male. That would be a problem.
No, I mean that's what we noticed. I mean, we would have. That's not the reason we made the change to the artwork. We did that because it just seemed a more sensible and grown-up approach. But that was the effect of the change.
Yes.
But no, in terms of canon, we're not going to blow up the Imperium. But you might see a little smoothing off, getting rid of some rough edges. If we find anything a little more, shall we say, problematic in the older background, that will get a look at. But the aim is to keep Traveller current, so it doesn't feel like it was written in the 70s or early 80s.
Right. There's been 40 years of game mechanics improvement and things like that, and other games moving forward and incorporating those things, and you kind of got to keep up if you want to compete. I mean, not fad wise, but just bringing things forward, like the view of our computers back in the 70s is not what it turned out to be. So maybe that needs a little adjustment, but that's not going to be something that breaks everything.
But there are certainly sacred cows in Traveller, like you do get faster than light travel, but it takes a week to do a jump. That won't change. You don't get faster than light communications other than it being carried by a ship. That certainly won't change.
Right. I noticed that you have a pretty big, what do I want to say, maybe unofficial advisory committee. Like you tap the community, your Mongoose community, a lot for their opinions on things.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some, you'll see them credited in pretty much every book. We've got what we call the Inner Circle, which is basically a collection of people who have, in one way or another, been working very closely with Mark over the years. So they're kind of like the first level of, if we ever said we want the Darians to attack the Aslan and blow up all their stars, we would run it through by them first, and they'll tell us, no, that's a silly idea, stop it. But yes, we do like to engage with the wider Traveller community, firstly because we're gamers and we like talking about games, and Traveller's our favourite game, so we like talking about that. But we the internet does give kind of an immediacy in terms of response time, which can be a millstone around the neck at times. But I mean, if we want to post something fairly extensive, talking about this is kind of what we're thinking about, what do you think? We've got our forums for that. If if I'm literally sitting at my desk and something's popped into my head, and I think, well, perhaps I want a Traveller player to let me know whether this is a good thing or not, quickly jump onto Discord. There's always people there.
Yeah, that's great. Instant feedback from the community.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Speaking of the community, would you like to answer some community questions?
By all means, love to.
Then we'll get to some of your some more of your recent releases and some of the stuff for the future.
No worries.
So from David Benson, we have any plans for a Traveller video game?
Yes. Is the quick answer. There's a small developers based in our hometown of Swindon called Evil Twin Artworks. If anyone's been watching our social media over the past month or two, you will have seen they've just released a game called Victory at Sea Atlantic, which is based on our World War II naval combat miniatures game. Mm-hmm. It's the third one they've done for us. They have also in the background been working on not one but two Traveller video games. First one will be a squad-based boarding action game set in the Fifth Frontier War. You can take the part of either Imperial Marines or Zodani troopers, and you've got to board an enemy ship, capture vital locations, and try to avoid getting counterboarded.
That sounds fun. Whatever happened? Oh, go on.
I was going to say, video games take a long time, though, so that won't be this year.
Right. Well, you said you had two. What's the other one?
More traditional RPG based, isometric format. I think turn-based combat as well is what they're looking at. But they're going to be using a lot of the combat model from the boarding action game in the RPG. So that will come afterwards.
All right, cool. Whatever happened to, wasn't there like a Traveller AR augmented reality thing that had like ships launching out of your city and you could hold up your phone and see them flying around or something?
It's a lovely idea. I wasn't involved in that at all, and it's no longer with us, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I was like, that looks fun, and then it just disappeared, and I never knew what happened to that. All right. Patrick Harris asks, any plans for a Zodani adventure or campaign series?
Yes, this is something we've been wanting to do. Okay, so through the classic Traveller era, the Zodani and really the Solomani were kind of like as seen the bad guys, to a lesser extent the likes of the sword wielders as well. What we've been doing for the past few years is trying to, in a sense, humanize the Solomani and the Zodani, and making the sword wielders not utterly repellent to any women who want to play the game. So we've sat down and thought about how the Imperium sees these empires, which is what we figure is what was printed in for classic Traveller and beyond. And started to think about more, well, these people are still human. They still think like humans, more or less. How can we start portraying them as first being places that you want to go visit and explore, and second, getting people to actually play a Solomani or Zodani character without being the bad guy? And one of the keys to that is having not just an adventure but an entire campaign set behind Zodani borders, for example. So the first you're going to see of that is, in a way, we're writing right now the Zodani core expeditions, which is something you'll be able to go along with and help with the exploration. But the first, should we say, hardcore campaign will come out of the Fifth Frontier War. You'll see it from the Zodani perspective, and you'll see why things are being done the way the war's being conducted, and there are actually some very good reasons, and it's not because the Zodani are naturally evil.
Okay. All right, good. Let's see. How about Don Hedrick suggests he'd like to see a tag on every piece of gear and tech identifying what is OTU and what is not.
Yeah, this has come up before. Now, the way we look at it, this has come up a lot of times before. We've had all sorts of conversations about this in the office. The way we look at it is that fundamentally Traveller is a toolkit that you can pick and choose all the tools you want to use in your game, and no one's going to gainsay that. Does that mean that, for example, everything in the central supply catalogue can be found within the Charted Space Universe. Now, the first thing that pops off the top of your head is, well, no. There are some things that I don't want anywhere near my tabletop, thank you very much, and that's fine for your tabletop. Someone else is going to have a different opinion. And ultimately, I would say the Charted Space Universe is huge. It is unbelievably massive, with so many people and civilizations and technologies. If you open up a central supply at a random page, put your finger down, someone is going to have built that somewhere, even if it didn't work out, or it died, or got forgotten, or it's lying in the bottom of a ditch somewhere. Chances are someone has tried that, and there is a tendency, and I'm thinking of spacecraft-based technology with this. There is a tendency for people to think, well, if A is clearly better than B, then A is going to be spread across the entire Charted Space Universe. It doesn't work that way. It so doesn't work that way. There's all sorts of reasons why people, navies and entire empires will not go down a certain technological path, whether it's political or they're just wrong. They have to have things beaten out of them through war. We see it in the modern world. Famously, battleships in the Second World War turns out not to be such a good idea. You could argue they weren't that great an idea in the First World War. Today, what's going to fall down in the next major war? Maybe carriers. We don't know. But at the end of the day, it's a toolkit. If you want to use something in your games, do so with our blessing. If you want to have an entire slate of technology, like, I don't know, gravity hammers that are in Central Supply, don't have them in your game. Great. We're not going to force them on you.
Right. How about, there were some questions about revising the computer rules. What have you thought? What do you think about that?
Computers in
they weren't.
the moment
It was kind of vague. They didn't say, like, add in quantum computer, what the rub was, but
no, I mean, we purposefully keep the actual functioning of computers fairly vague, same as we do with things like jump drive and maneuver drive. We don't want to explain it down to the nuts and bolts, because in 10 years' time, technology in this world is going to advance, and we've got to change it all anyway. So keep it vague.
So try to keep it just abstract.
Oh yes, absolutely. Plus, you can fill the gaps in with your own headcanon anyway. I mean, if you just want maneuver drive softly glowing, that's cool. If you want this great plasma jet coming out of them as you burst out of the atmosphere, I mean that looks really good. That's even if it may not make a huge amount of sense for some people, for others it's perfectly natural. No, in terms of mechanics, we want to keep computers simple to use for players, keep them functional. What we really, really need to do, and I've been wanting to do this for a few years, is take a really deep dive into software, different types of software, and different ways of using it. You saw the start of that in the latest High Guard. There's got the ship's computer chapter, and you can see us playing around with the different ways software can be used on board a spacecraft. I'd like to do that across the board. So yeah, that's project 487 to do. We're on project 12 at the moment.
Throw it in the queue. How about any plans for rules for running and building personal empires or fleets?
Yes, yes, that's something I'd like to do. The current thinking there is we'll have a starting point and build up to that. We've been talking about, again, for a couple of years now, and the Fifth Frontier War really did put a spanner in this. We will come back to it. We wanted to revisit the idea of belters and belt mining, and we figured we'd do a book on that. We'd include surface mining on planets as well, plus the start of travelers setting up their own little businesses. as prospectors and belt miners. We'd follow that up with a merchant prince book where you can start running businesses in any sector and build them up to great subsector spanning or more corporations. And then the third step of that will be running your own mini empires, because we've started looking with the sector books we do at areas that aren't necessarily dominated by huge empires, so do have room for players to do that kind of thing in. I mean, that's one of the reasons we started with the Trojan Reach with the Pirates of Dranax campaign. So yes, we do have these ideas in our head, and we kind of know how to get there. We just need to find the writing time. I mean, so some idiot decided they were going to do the entire Fifth Frontier War. So
this community member says they love the Mercenary box set, but they feel like it could have used with more playtesting and editing. Are there any plans for revision to the abstract mass combat system?
Potentially, yes. For my money, the mercenary rules were one notch too complex, because I mean they would have worked very well in like certainly the 80s and into the 90s and early 2000s, but we, as a publisher, we want to concentrate more on the story of Traveller rather than what you need to do when you pull a calculator out. So we really need a system where your entire mercenary company, however large it is baked onto one sheet that's in front of all the players on the table. Now, we have been working on it's going to be difficult to explain. We've got two parallel Traveller projects going on at the moment that haven't got anything to do with the Traveller game you see now or Charted Space Universe, but they are exploring different aspects of the rules and using them in slightly different ways. One of these includes a system, a mass combat system with a recruitment mechanic as well, that would just coincidentally work very well as mercenary rules in Charted Space. So we'll do that, we'll get it working, and then we'll perhaps look back and doing a mercenary second edition kind of angle. On that note, the Naval Campaigns Handbook that's in the Element Cruisers box set, incidentally, absolutely the wrong place for it. We know that now. But being the bridge crew of a big ship is something I think is very worthwhile exploring. And I would like to do that as a properly supported campaign style at some point, perhaps even its own separate RPG, kind of like Traveller adjacent. But that's just a note scribbled on the back of an envelope at the moment.
Gotcha.
That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of, because we kind of laid out in the core rulebook different ways of playing Traveller. So you've got your trader campaign, your exploration campaign, your military campaign, mercenaries. And I wanted to give players the tools to really run with particular styles of campaign. Not just with a single book, here you go, but properly supporting it as almost kind of like a separate RPG. I mean, they all take place in the Charted Space Universe. So yeah, Mercenary would be one of those, Bridge Crews be another. We're going to be in 2 months' time releasing Bounty Hunter, which is its own campaign type. I mean, obviously can link very closely into an independent trader campaign as well. We're probably going to be next year, but you can start seeing things this year as we test ideas out. Xenoarchaeology, basically Space Indiana Jones. Mm-hmm. Who doesn't want to play that campaign?
Mm-hmm. That's that sounds interesting to me, because I have my character I've been playing recently is a xenoastrocosmologist. So
excellent.
He'd fit right in. And he and one of the other people in the group is actually an archaeologist. So yeah, I would look forward to that. This next question is related, I think, to the task license. So what products are you looking for people to write?
You can do anything. I mean, that's the point of the task license. I mean, if it were me, looking back at Mongoose's very earliest days when we started with the D20 logo license, if I were to approach something like Taz now, I'll be looking to carve out my own space. I might drop Mongoose a line saying, hey, there's this really out-of-the-way sector that's never been touched before. If you're not thinking of anything, do it. I might do a couple of Taz bits and pieces, to which we say, oh, we've never even heard of that sector, knock yourself out. And then I would try and do something very much akin to one of our sector books like Spinward Extents or Behind the Claw, what have you, but for that sector. And start building up from there. But you could do absolutely anything. I mean, go into do an entire supplement on the I don't know, the exploration branch of the Scout Service, or I mean, if we weren't working on it right now, somebody could have done something about the core expeditions like years ago.
Right. So,
but charted space is so large, you could do absolutely anything.
How do you handle things like if somebody wanted to write a supplement about Scouts and then someone else also wanted to write a supplement about Scouts? How do you reconcile those two things? Or are they just two standalone within TAS?
You mean within the context of the TAS program?
Yes.
That's good old market forces. The people, nobles of the Third Imperium would approve.
So both would be listed, and then just whatever people could use whichever one they liked.
Yeah, people will gravitate to one or the other, and they'll both try and release a supplement for that, and whichever one sells best, that's probably going to be the winner.
Gotcha. All right.
So
there's room. There's room.
Oh, good Lord, yes.
Fantastic. Next question comes from Boris Siebeck. He wants to know, while Pioneer is separate from the OTU, any source books planned for Malooz within the OTU? I would like to see on Antiquity and Near Space pre-2100.
As part of the official universe, no. Working on last year on adventure class ships and the small craft catalogue, I did find myself attracted to building ships that were absolutely as basic as possible. How low can we get the tech level on this ship? And you can make some reasonable approximations. I think it would be fun if we had a deeper dive into lower tech ships. So you could create craft that are being built in the real world today, or a little further on. That might be more of a specialized adventure than a whole source book, but we'll see how it goes. I do find the idea attractive.
How about a series of Boris also asks, how about a series of adventures that are centered around non-human races as travelers?
Yes. Well, as I said earlier, with the doing a campaign that's based solely within Zodani consulate with Zodani characters or Soleimani, but we've been talking just a couple of weeks ago about doing the same thing for the Aslan, where you're all playing Aslan in there's this some minor household and there's this great sprawling epic campaign. You easily do the same with Vargir. I don't know how you would do the Hivers, but I mean, we could take a swing at it at some point. And as for the Kukri, I suspect, as things stand, we're probably going to be more or less keeping them as adversaries, because the Kukri are the most terrifying threat to the charted space universe. People just don't know it yet.
All right. Is that something that how would you handle? Would you allow someone to write a Hiver Adventures under TAS, or is that competing with your line?
Oh no, we have. There are no. There are basically no restrictions on TAS at all.
Okay.
I mean, people don't approach us. Can we do X, Y, and Z? They just do it.
Oh, okay.
There are there are rules about what you can and cannot do, but they're so very, very light. I mean, don't put Nazis into a campaign, for God's sake. But if other than that, you can do pretty much whatever you want. You don't need permission from us.
Okay.
It's your game. It's your supplement.
All right, cool.
Maybe you can convince other people that what you've done is good for their games as well. That's the point of it.
All right, cool. Would you ever consider like graduating somebody from the task group into canon? Like if let's say they wrote a good Hiver book or whatever, and you're like, hey, that's not too shabby, and it's really popular. Would you integrate that or propose that to the author? Or?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't read as much of the TAS books as I ought to, and I tend not to have a look at the things that like his I don't know 104 different rumors or patrons or events or whatever, the ones that are made of lists. Very useful in a game, less interesting to read on a casual basis. But to answer your question, if somebody did an absolute knockout Hiver campaign on the scale of Pirates of Dranax, and it was met with a great acclaim, the publisher would probably be finding an email dropping into their inbox offering them a few squillion pounds for the rights to the text.
All right, cool. All right. Another question is what future for 2300 AD beyond reproducing or improving the GDW line?
We're not really... we don't really want to improve the old line. We do want to break new ground. And we've been kind of finding a midway step between that. Things like Project Bayern. I mean, that's obviously based on one of the original adventures. But it's a full campaign box set now. It is a completely different beast. They just happen to be doing something vaguely similar. But we've got... the start of the Cave for War, which again does link back to the original books, but we got a different take on it. We're going into far more depth again, like we did with Bayern. The next book after that is going to be primarily rules based, but it's how to set up a colony and run a colony way out on the frontier. So you can you're flown to a planet with a few workers, technicians, and a pile of spare parts. You've got to build a colony out of that and get it to be self-sufficient. So yeah, I mean that's the kind of line we're looking at. So if there's something that we really need to look at, we had to cover the Cave for War one way or another, and Bayern was a passion project for the writer concerned. But no, we want to focus on the new stuff.
I see. Okay, good. Can we expect a supplement dealing with spycraft in the far future?
I would be very surprised if players weren't doing something very similar to that in the Fifth Frontier War.
All right, cool. Ross McClure asks, are there any plans for warehousing and distribution deals in the US and Canada so shipping the hardcovers wouldn't be so expensive? And to help game stores stock them and lower the price. Mongoose products usually carry $10 to $20 more per product per page than their competitors.
Not in the US, they don't. We've got our main warehouse is in the US. Most things go out by either USPS or FedEx. We charge, what is it, a flat $8 the shipping to anywhere in the US, regardless of quantity. And if you order more than $150 worth, we give free shipping in the US. Retailers can and do contact our warehouse directly. We will supply them. We will give them a fantastic discount and a very quick turnaround.
I was going to say, do they need to come to you directly, or are you set up with distributors like Chessex and
We are. All the main distributors purport to carry our ranges, and for things like the core books, it's usually true. But if retailers ever have an issue, our warehouse is run by an outfit called Studio 2 Publishing. They always have our entire range in stock at all times.
All right, cool. Stephen Poor wants to know, will your fiction lines impact the direction of the game and vice versa?
Good question. At the moment, no. What we're doing with the fiction at the moment is twofold. Firstly, using it to say, hey, this is Traveller, this is what your games can be like. The recent series we've been doing by David Geimer, Sindel Sunrise, is a group of travellers getting into trouble as they wander across the Trojan Reach. The other thing we like to do with it is to zoom in onto specific aspects of either the universe as a whole, or specific locations and missions, adventures and what have you. There's 3 or 4 short stories that in some way link into the Pirates of Dranax campaign. So there's one that if you go to a thief, you would have encountered the widows basically policing the streets. We've got a short story written from the point of view of one of the widows, so you get a better perspective. That's one of the ways that's one of the things we want to achieve with fiction at the moment.
All right. This user, Ross McClure, asks, I'd be interested to hear more about license deals that Matt's allowed to talk about that could expand the Traveller brand. He feels like Traveller should be the D&D of sci-fi, and I think what he's getting at is there shouldn't be any competition with, like, what's that other star... the Paizo Starfinder. Those things shouldn't. In this letter that he wrote, he's like, those things shouldn't even be a consideration to Traveller. The Traveller should just crush them. So how do you feel about that?
A few things to say on that. Firstly,
and he plans to dominate the universe as the sci-fi RPG. I thought you already do.
If you ask a bunch of random role players to name a sci-fi role-playing game and they don't say something licensed like Star Wars or Star Trek, there's a decent chance that the first words out of their mouths will be Traveller. As for something like Starfinder, it is a very different game to Traveller. It's not scratching the same itch. I don't know how well Starfinder sells. I mean, you presume it does well because Paizo's behind it, but I really don't know. I can say Traveller's probably doing better than most people expect. And we're going through a decent print run of the core rule book every year or so. What was that question about licensing?
Well, it was if they would be interested to hear more about license deals that you're allowed to talk about that could expand the Traveller brand.
Yeah. I mean, we spoke about video games earlier. We got the comics starting to roll out now.
Oh, right. Yeah, I read the first one. It was good.
Second one's coming very, very soon. It's like 2 or 3 weeks away or something.
I thought it was great that there was all kinds of iconic stuff in there, like everyone hop in the air raft. You know?
Yeah. I mean, the problem with licensing is, if I can talk about it, it's we would already have announced it, and you might even have it already in your hands.
Gotcha.
But we're always looking to get Traveller into other mediums.
What about other types of projects like Traveller merch or board games? Card games.
Yep. We have had discussions about those as well.
Okay. All right. Here's a question. Is there anything in the works for IP license that deal with larger companies like film companies?
We are always having conversations of that nature, sure.
Some folks wanted to know why there was no Traveller movie or TV show.
There nearly was just a few years ago. I'm not going to mention companies, but we literally got a call from Hollywood, and the conversation went as far as getting contracts sent over to us. A showrunner had been appointed, one that anyone into sci-fi TV series has absolutely heard of, but it just wasn't right for us. In the end of the day, they wanted too much for too little, and we were better off without it. But there's lots of Hollywood production companies out there, and we'll carry on having conversations. You never know.
All right, sure. Let's see. Some folks wanted to know, will you ever be using decimal points in your numbers?
Now, yeah, there's a little story behind that. With the reason we do it that way is because it's the same reason that we capitalize what we call defined game terms. So if we're ever talking about making a strength check, we won't simply write strength. We put STR in capitals. Same with dice modifiers. Same with something like, I don't know, initiative is always capitalized. It's so when you're playing a game and you're just, oh my God, where is that roll? You quickly scan down text and your eyes lock onto that capitalization. Same with the numbers. It's a way to differentiate money from other big numbers, because we're dealing with space. There's always big numbers somewhere.
Sure.
Now, what I wanted to do when this first occurred to me with second edition, I chickened out then. Was going to do it with the update 2024. I chickened out then as well. What we were going to do was properly introduce the concept of kilo credits.
Oh, good. I was going to ask about that, kilo credits and mega credits.
So you have credits, kilo credits, mega credits, and as you get into Fifth Frontier, billion credits become a thing. And that will completely remove the problems, because it's in the tens and hundreds of thousands of credits. That's where the problem lies. I know it. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a deep breath next time we do the core rule book, and hopefully kilo credits will get in.
I pointed out to him that Americans expect we use decimals for decimal points and commas for grouping, and Europe does it the other direction. And so, at the risk of alienating one or the other, it seems like and having to like print two versions, it just makes sense to come up with a happy medium and everybody and have nobody happy. Or just lump it. That's how it is. But I do miss personally kilo credits and mega credits. Let's see. There was some complaining about the about editing. Nobody really said what their editing problem was, but I personally noticed like sometimes charts might have one line says credits and then the next line credits isn't in it, or it's just minor, nothing that like affects the game, like is a flat out giant typo or thing that messes up the game. So personally, I haven't had that's not a rub for me, but I have seen it around in almost there was a response to that. I mean, about that in almost all the forums I asked. So, do you have any plans for improving editing or explanation for why things get by sometimes? Or
Sure. We have sometimes two editors work on each book, and that isn't two editors doing like half the book each. They go through the entire thing themselves. We have professional proofreaders go through things. Books often get sent back to the author to have a check, because it's very different spotting an issue in Word as compared to when it's all laid out. That's incidentally why we do proofing after layout and not on the basic Word document. But at the end of the day, it is a human process and problems get through. And yes, you won't believe how much we kick ourselves when something does go awry. I did see another publisher on Twitter a little while ago. They said the very best way to find a typo in any book is go through the editing process, layout, proofing, send it off to print, put it on sale, wait 6 months, then pick up a copy of the book, open random any page, and one will leap out at you. That is That is very common feeling in the industry.
Right. Yes, it's difficult. The books are hundreds of pages, and stuff can sneak by. I mean, I'm just saying being a technical writer, you know.
If you figure the average source book has pretty much the same word count as a novel. It's not, and it swings constantly between technical writing, prose, sometimes fiction as well. It is a human process. We do try hard. We continue striving. Sorry.
All right, that's acceptable. That's a good answer. Let's talk about your product line. Some of the things that you've put out recently that you'd like to promote. I see, I noticed. Did Maker God go through a reprint?
You were asking earlier about Taz stuff moving to mainstream Mongoose Publishing. That's what happened to Maker God.
Oh, okay.
The original writer is one of the frontline Traveller writers anyway, and he said to us, "Hey, I've got this thing. Do you? It would be really cool if you formally printed it and gave it pretty artwork and what have you." Took a look at it. Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. Yeah, I noticed the cover art's been unified with the other Traveller style art, so it looks good.
Yeah.
So what about the Deep in the Dark?
Yes. One of our sex books. We weren't planning on doing that at all. But it's okay. When we have a new writer approach us, the standard way of handling things is somebody says they want to write for Traveller. Fine, we say do a few articles for JTAS, because that can be anything from 1 to a dozen pages in Word. So it's very simple for them to get to grips with. It's very easy for us to quickly go through their text and see if they've got the chops or not. And if somebody does a few JTAS articles, we might approach them and say, "Hey, do you want to try something a bit longer, a 32-page adventure maybe?" And if that all goes well, you start maybe they start working on the big hardbacks. That's exactly what Chris Griffen did. We never, if somebody just comes up and says, "Hey, I've written this entire book, do you want to publish it?" I mean, the answer is going to be no, because it's not going to be very good, because they haven't gone through the process. Right. This is what happened with Geir when he did, Spinward Extends. He says to us, "I've written this entire sector book. It's like Behind the Claw, but it's in this different region of space." And said, "Well, all right, we'll take a look at it," and it was good. It was damn near publishable, straight from the original manuscript. I mean, hideously overwritten, which is why you'll see Spinward Extend stuff sprinkled in other books. But that never happens. But Geir is now one of our frontline writers. With the Deep in the Dark, it happened again. This time, a chap called Randy Dorman approached us. "Hey, I've done this whole thing on Dark Nebula. Do you want to see it?" Sure. And again, it was publishable. Again, hideously overwritten, to the extent that we hacked out a massive amount of generic non-sector based information on Aslan clans, and he's now working on a book called Clans of the Aslan. So there's going to be another book for the feline fans out there.
Oh, cool. So you're using the JTAS and these and also maybe the TAS license kind of like as your farm league for writers in a way, or could be.
Yeah, I mean, I did touch on this on an interview on EN World not so long ago. We've, being the kind of publisher we are, we do get the Mr. Big Shot freelance writer. I've written for WotC, Steve Jackson Games, every other company, and now I'm thinking about writing for Mongoose as well. And we have never, in all the years we've been publishing and taking work from people like that, we've never come across one that we would rate half as well as someone like Martin or Chris, because they don't get Traveller. And the idea somebody can just rock up and begin writing for Traveller without a deep understanding of the universe, it just doesn't fly. I mean, I said earlier, in my early years, I'd done some freelance work for Warhammer, and I can tell you, Games Workshop doesn't care how many writing credits you've got. They don't care if you're Stephen King. They want you to understand their universe, and that's why it's so good, because you get the right writers.
Right.
And to our minds, there may be fewer Traveller players than Warhammer players, but to the people playing Traveller, it's just as important.
Right. All right, let's talk about Whispers in the Abyss.
That was a stealth release. Between you and me, and pretending no one else is listening, Whispers on the Abyss was the first Fifth Frontier War book. We just didn't brand it that way. It's a mini campaign that will get a trader crew into the right area of the Spinward marches, and in the original outline, it was going to be and the players inadvertently trigger the Fifth Frontier War. That doesn't happen anymore because we thought that was a bit cheesy. But they will be doing something really tragic that will have massive implications. And if they're lucky, they won't realize that they've done it.
Their characters won't need counseling afterwards. All right, how about Wrath of the Ancients?
That's our gonzo book. So we started years ago doing Secrets of the Ancients book, which was a complete reimagining of the original Secrets of the Ancients from classic Traveller. And we blew it up into a 256-page book. So it's completely self-contained, but we always had lurking in the back of our heads, what if we made that a trilogy? Because we've done Pirates of Dranax, which is stupidly huge. But while that's a Sandbox, here's a more linear style campaign. And so you got you're covering both bases for what referees like. Either they want their place where they can just explore, or they can, particularly more the lazy games masters like me, they want a starting point and just work through with their players. So that's what the Ancients campaign was supposed to be. So a little while ago we did the prequel, which was Mysteries of the Ancients, which incorporates Twilight's Peak and Research Station Gamma. Again, completely reimagined from what it was, but also tying into our Secrets of the Ancients book. And then we capped it off with Wrath, and we kind of gave the writer permission to really go for it. It operates at a power level that has, as far as I can recall, never been even approached in Traveller before. There is the potential for the players to become as gods, with the power of the ancients behind them. And then you can kind of decide what you're going to do with the campaign after that. I suggest they, I don't know, fly off to the core or something and leave charted space alone. But, Travellers be Travellers.
All right, cool. And then recently you've put out the Traveller Companion update for 2024.
Yeah, that was a really minor update. I mean, every time we bring out one of these update books, we do try and take pains to say, look, you don't need to buy this book because the one you've got already, that will work. That works perfectly now. It will be compatible with all the books we're releasing for this edition down the road. And with this companion, we mentioned to the writers we were doing it, and Chris stepped up and said, hey, I've been thinking about this chapter on for vector-based combat, and it's perfect for a book like the companion, which is basically a toolkit for the rules anyway. So that's the only new material in it. The reason we did the update for it was the original reason we started doing the updates books in the first place. We wanted to make them prettier because the quality of artwork has massively improved since they were first released. So we saw the companion was coming to the end of one of its print runs, so that's the time to do it. That's why it came out just a short while ago.
Are you trying to make an effort of updating all putting out all the updates within proximity to each other, or are you just as they come?
That would be lovely to do that, wouldn't it? No, unfortunately. And we are like working on different things at different parts of the game at different speeds in different places. I mean, it would be marvelous if we could wave a magic wand and have every one of the core rule books updated within 3 months of each other, every 4, 5, 6 years, whatever it ends up being. Yeah, that ain't never going to happen.
That's never happening.
So yeah, I mean, the benefit we have by taking the approach where we say your old book is still going to be compatible, it means everything doesn't have to be done all at once. So you've got this kind of rolling thing. It also means Traveller as a game is never going to be finished. It's always going to be tweaked, improved with new things added. And I think that's the way it should be.
I see also you put out the adventure class ships a few months ago, and then the small craft catalog. Can you tell us a little bit about those? What's an adventure class ship?
Basically, anything 2,000 tons and under is what we've included in that book. The idea was twofold. Firstly, to give travellers more choices with the ships they're flying, so they're not always. I mean, I swear 90% of groups are either in Type S Scouts or free or far traders. So when we've actually got substitution rules in that book, so you rolled up a free trader, fine, you can have one of those or one of these other ships. So you've immediately got some variety there to so the players get more of a feeling of ownership of their own craft.
So you made some variations on each of the classic, like a couple of scout variations and a couple of far trader variations, and so on. Okay.
And we set things up so players can also qualify themselves for a slightly larger or more expensive ship of a similar type. I mean, they're going to be in debt up to the eyeballs, but that's not going to stop a traveller. But the other point of doing books like that was for referees to populate the space lanes around different worlds, and that's particularly important in something like I very much had in my head Pirates of Dranax, when players are actively going out forcibly boarding other ships, and you don't just want them to be, here's another far trader, here's another subsidized merchant, just to kick things up a bit. You've now got this massive expanse of vessels to choose from, and indeed hunt you down if you're a pirate. But it just makes it more of a lived-in universe. We are working on another ship's book at the moment. I don't want to flood people's libraries with this kind of book, because having access to lots of ships is great. But I think there's probably some reasonable limits.
So we've got a month between the recording of this interview and Mayday. Do you have any, you mentioned the Fifth Frontier War, and if you want to talk more about that, we can. Do you have, in addition to that, do you have any other releases coming out during that time?
Yes, the big one is going to be a system history of Traveller.
I saw that advertised.
Yeah, we reached, was it going to be 2 years ago now? We reached out to Shannon Appelkline, who'd done the Designers and Dragons series, basically doing the chronology of the entire role-playing industry, and asked him, would he like to do a book that was focused purely on the life of Traveller. He said, yes, I loved it. I said, quickly fired a line off to Mark saying, hey, what do you think about this idea? I think it's perfect, he says. Yes, I'll make myself completely available to Mr. Appelkline. And it's being laid out right now, just putting finishing touches on it, actually. But it covers from the start of GDW right through the classic Traveller era. It goes into all the third-party publishers like Paranoia Press, FASA, Game Laws, etc., through the Mega Traveller New Era days, and also the reasons why certain things were being done in the background, because Shannon was interviewing people and dredging up old articles and interviews, and really getting into the meat. If you want to find out why Traveller is the way it is today, that's the book to get.
All right. Cool. What? Anything else? Other?
I don't know if it isn't released by the time people hear this interview, it's going to be very imminent. You've got the Bounty Hunter campaign. Basically, fulfill your inner Mandalorian. It's had a huge amount of development with it, both in terms of the rules, but also we wanted to get the vibes exactly right. So you can do your Mandalorian, you can do your Boba Fett, you can do your John Wick. If you want to do your sci-fi Western, it's going to have everything you need in that. We've managed to sprinkle plenty of homages throughout.
Oh, great. All right, and then let's talk a little bit more about the Fifth Frontier War. What will people? What should people expect, or what kind of surprises might there be in that book?
The surprise is going to be more than just the book. I mean, the idea of this book is to form the anchor point for everything else that comes after. As I say, Fifth Frontier War is going to be its own subline that's going to run for 2, 3, 4 years into the future. It's going to chart different aspects of the war from different perspectives. You won't be stuck on the Imperial side at all. You'll get it. You'll see what it looks like from the Zodani side, and just why it's absolutely imperative that you plough forward into the space of those stinking, lying Imperials. We're going to be seeing what's happening in the Sword Worlds with the Vargir. Darians are going to be popping up into it. You're going, as players, you will be on. As I say, there's different campaign types, so you're going to be on the front lines of massive land battles. You're going to be in the midst of ambushes involving entire fleets. You'll be working on the diplomatic side, trying to get all the Imperial nobles trying to go in roughly the same direction. You'll be conducting espionage and analysing intelligence. You'll be free traders just trying to survive and make a living whilst the universe is exploding around you. Whatever aspect of the Fifth Frontier War we look at, will be putting the players around your table in the front seat, and they will be able to have a very definite effect on the war, perhaps even going in a different direction to what has been reported as canon in the past.
I see.
But as I say, whatever you end up with on your table, I promise it will be canon.
I can't wait to see how that's going to work out. What about I lost my train of thought here. Something that you just said had gave me a question. Yeah, it's gone. Oh no, I was going to make a comment about how thorough your book seemed to be to me. You know, when I say, well, what about this, and then I look, it's there in the book. So you do a lot of what I want to say, like you seem to be putting in things that the customer is already thinking about. So that's another thing that I appreciate about your books. They're thorough. They're not overly detailed. They give you enough room as a GM to fill in the gaps with your own ideas. Like as you mentioned before, you know, just you kind of leave it at an abstract level and then let people fill in their own imagination.
That's essential for Traveller, possibly for any RPG. But it reminds me, we'd had a new player pop up on our forums a few years ago, just getting to grips with Traveller, and they'd picked up Behind the Claw, and they wanted to play in the Spinward Marches, and they said, "There's not enough detail in here. You haven't detailed every single world." Well, no, we're never going to, because whilst we might detail the starport at Glissen, we might do one day, conceivably, we could do a giant box set with loads of maps and detail all the shops in it, and that would be great. But we're not going to do that for every starport in the Spinward marches. We're not going to detail every world in the Spinward marches. We might, some worlds, we might never do them more than one short paragraph, because we've got to give referees the ability to flesh things out for themselves and tell their own stories. I mean, it's been a long-running thing in Traveller. You only ever detail the main world in a system, because if the referee needs some far-flung moon, he can just put it in there and he won't be contradicting anything that's come before. So yeah, that's what we try and do.
Right. Oh, last year at this time there was the OpenGL panic. How did that ever shake out with Mongoose?
It took a while to sort things out. But what's he calls the wobble with the OGL, and Traveller players immediately start saying, well, what about Cepheus engine? That's that whole thing rides on OGL. So we immediately reached out to the main Cepheus publishers and said, look, we can try and work something out here. If the rug gets pulled from under you, first of all, don't panic. We'll cover you until we can come to a more formal agreement. But we saw the opportunity as well, because we hadn't, aside from the TAS program, and for a print publisher, that's not attractive at all. But other than that, we hadn't opened up the current edition of Traveller in any way. Well, maybe this is something we can talk about. Maybe we can help each other out. So we had long conversations with the Cepheus publishers. We had even longer conversations with lawyers trying to draw up a whole new agreement. Floated that agreement with the Cepheus publishers. This is what we were kind of like discussing. Do you agree with everything? And they, made some little tweaks and what have you. And that got revised. And that's ended up with the Traveller compatibility license, which is basically a royalty-free way for publishers to produce material for the current edition of Traveller. TAS remains the path to do pretty much absolutely anything, including engaging with the Charted Space Universe. That's only through drive-through. And we've recently posted Mark Miller's fair use policy on our website. Early next year, you will see that all editions of Mongoose's Traveller will also be formally part of fair use as well.
Interesting. So can you take a brief moment to explain the licensing tiers as they stand now? So there's like fair use at the bottom, and then TAS, and then Mongoose compatible. Is that how it goes? Or
you say at the bottom, fair use is the most permissive of all of them. You can basically do pretty much anything you want in terms of publishing for Traveller, as long as you don't charge any money for it. And in that, you can do anything with any edition. I mean, if you wanted to take all the ships from Mega Traveller and translate them into New Era or T4 rules, you can do that right now. And as I say, we'll be folding our editions of Traveller into that as well. So, hey, you want to take those Mega Traveller ships and convert them into current edition Traveller, be our guest. So in many ways, the fair use policy is kind of like the top tier one.
Well, my tier structure was like how far away from Traveller licensing they are, like a Traveller endorsement, I guess is what I'm thinking. So like the next tier up would be TAS for commercial purposes.
Well, sure. I mean, in terms of endorsement, we don't really get into that.
Well, you get the Traveller compatibility stamp on your thing.
No, we don't.
Okay.
You're free to do pretty much whatever you want. I mean, there are certain rules to follow, like, for instance, on with the TAS program on drive-through, you can't use AI art, for example. You can't do 2300 or older editions of Traveller. But other than that, you can do whatever you like, and as long as you go through a drive-through, you charge money for it. It's a very permissive license. Traveller compatibility license, again, you can do pretty much whatever you want so long as you don't touch the IP. Official Charter Space Universe. Right. And you won't have to pay us any money for it. Go ahead and knock yourself out, and you get to use put the Traveller logo on the front of it. I mean, the only caveat to that is there is a clause in that license that says if you be an absolute twit about something that you're publishing, then we can close that down. But again, just don't do books on Nazis. It's quite simple.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. No. Sounds great. Let's talk about plans between now and next Mayday. What do you have in the hopper for coming out? You want to talk about Pioneer a little bit, or
that's one of the ones that floated to the top of my head. I mean, we got this. It's only May, which isn't that deep into 2025, and I can say, well, we've been doing X, Y, and Z, and it's going to sound very great, but there's always the possibility that things get derailed. For example, Martin's been working on Fifth Frontier War books. The first Fifth Frontier War book comes out tomorrow. We've already got the manuscripts for 2 more, so you can start seeing them coming out on a fairly regular basis. He was all set to do books 3 and 4 when I came up with this whiz idea. We published a bunch of PDF-only books based on the Borderlands subsector of the Trojan Reach in our first edition books. And we just happened to be starting a new Traveller campaign in the office, and I'd picked the Borderland, and I remembered, oh yeah, we did this book, so I can use this for source material as I plot out the first adventures. Then it suddenly struck me, we could compile all this, convert it into the new edition, tidy it up a bit, add new material, and that is, the Borderland is such a great place for a beginning or lazy, like me, referee, because it's you can create a sandbox from those 2 star clusters, but it's very contained. People aren't likely to leave those star clusters unless they've got a high jumping ship. So once you've got a lot of freedom, but the referee doesn't have to memorize the entire sector. It's just a few star systems. So wouldn't that be a great product to release? Super detail the Borderland, and you've got this ready-made sandbox for people to play in. So I contacted Martin and I said, yeah, I know you're doing Fifth Frontier War at the moment, but do you just want to do like 20 odd pages, add some new material to Borderland? And he comes back to me, yeah, it's going to be more like 80 pages, but I'll get it to you by the end of the month. So that means that one of the Fifth Frontier War books will be a month later than we had originally planned. So this kind of thing happens all the time. But Borderland is one of the ones you'll see before the next Mayday. We've got the Singularity campaign coming hopefully the bottom end of this year. It starts off in the Imperial Core. It's going to be another epic campaign in the mold of Pirates of Dranax and Deep Night Revelation. There's going to be a possibly highly dangerous AI involved. The players will get mixed up with some machinations going on there. They will end up traveling over huge swathes of the Chartered Space Universe. It's not confined to the Imperial Core at all. And at the end of it, they will be questioning not only the nature of their humanity, but also the nature of their own reality. But beyond that, yes, we've got Pioneer, which is, as I say, uses the Traveller rules, but it's its own core rule book. The idea is it's set 10 to 30 years into the future of our own world, and it's all about the exploration of the solar system. The whole idea behind it is that your travellers, or pioneers as we call them, will be the first. They will be the first to set up a moon base, the first to mine an asteroid, the first to set down on Mars, and their main adversaries is going to be the environment, both traveling there and at their destinations. It doesn't have a combat chapter. I mean, you can punch someone or shoot someone or swing a wrench at someone. That is counted as just another skill. Yeah, combat is not the thing here. It's not the Expanse. It's more, think Gravity, think The Martian. 2001 would be possible, but we're actually looking at that as being an expansion, where everything in the core rule book will be Mars and closer to the sun.
What's the objective of Pioneer? It's to settle some near the moon and Mars, or
it's space stuff is cool. Whilst it's great being able to jump 6 parsecs at a time, it's more of a challenge to actually get to Mars with today's technology, land and start building the first base there, start growing the first plants there. That's the challenge of the game. And it's also going to be, you're going to be doing things that you're very likely going to be seeing on your TV screens being filmed in real life in the next handful of decades.
Mm. So is there like a list of victory conditions when you start off? There's a DM and a player? I mean, is there like a list of, in this adventure, you're going to, you have to build a habitat and a garden and a energy array or something?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be assigned your mission objectives, and, completing those, not dying and getting back home. That will be the victory. You can get sent on other missions, but we've got this mentor mechanic in there that if your Pioneer successfully completes a mission or two, they become very much respected within the space-going community. When you create a new Pioneer, you can say, my old character there, they've been mentoring me, so I get these benefits and bonuses while I'm floating around Venus or something. But yes, that's the core of the game. Again, think something like Martian. That could absolutely happen in Pioneer.
Cool. All right. Is there anything else that I forgot to cover?
I think we've covered an awful lot this time around, haven't we?
Yeah, we really have.
Yeah.
Matt, I really super appreciate you coming and doing this with me. Your support means a lot, and I super thank you very much, very, very much.
It's always fun. Thank you.
Yes. All right. So tell us where can people come and hang out? Do you have what are your mainly active social areas?
Well, I'm pretty bad at social media myself, but slowly and dimly I'm beginning to figure it out. I pop up on Discord normally two or three times a day. You can always reach us through Facebook or Twitter. Our own forums are pretty active. I've probably forgotten one of the social medias sites we use there.
I do notice the Mongoose forum very active.
Yeah,
and
I mean that's the place to get into the really in-depth stuff.
Right. And then how about your Discord? Looks pretty active as well.
It does. There's always something going on there. So I'd say I'll pop on 2 or 3 times a day, either to let people know what I'm doing or ask someone's opinion about something, or just check in and see what the conversation is, and sticking my oar in.
Right. I noticed that there's an official Mongoose Facebook page, and then there's one that's like a fan run.
Yes.
They both are seem very active. I noticed there's a lot of posts to the official Mongoose Facebook page. Every time you put out a product or things like that, you engage the audience and put out notifications there. So that's awesome.
Reddit as well.
Oh, and Reddit. All right, cool. And then how do people how do people get your products? Is it Mongoose Publishing.com or?
It is indeed. That's always going to be the first place. You'll see everything on there as soon as it goes live. If you buy a hard copy from us, you get the PDF for it free immediately. But other than that, talk to your local game stores. Their distributors can get a hold of our books. If not, your retailer can always approach Studio 2 Publishing direct, and they'll sort them out. If they're not in the US, contact us direct. We'll sort you out. All
right, cool. We've come to the end of our interview with Matthew Sprange from Mongoose Publishing. Thank you so much for joining us again this year.
Thank you. It's been great.
And thank you, dear travelers. Until next time, happy traveling. Don't fly solo through the galaxy. Click like to join our alliance. Subscribe for your crew pass and enable notifications to never miss an encounter. This journey is fueled by my patrons. Thank you, patrons. Feel the thrill of discovery. Become a patron and join the adventure.